I say my let go. I say my let go.
You made me so angry right now. You made me so angry. I'm gonna leave for a minute.
No,
angry.
No, you came on the show and you went back inside to see if the potato green done. I mean, made you angry. That made me angry. You're in the background, you're checking the series, right? Ain't ready. That made me angry.
What's the other white bridge?
That the kitchen made you angry.
Yeah, I'm talking about 1 or 2 spoons. What's the other white bridge? Yeah, man.
You want to hear what
What's the other no bridge? The people must know the truth.
You want to hear 1 or 2 spoons?
Yeah, I want to get my last 2 spoons. the people must know the truth and nothing but the truth. Damo, we cannot let this go. It's about the people, the Liberian people. But every time we can say, let it go, let it go. This thing will happen over and over and over again. There is nothing to let go. We need a total, and thank God that we get, Luther Tappe coming on. Oh, the revenue is coming on. Oh, Reverend Tappe coming on. Oh, God, thank God for Reverend Tappe. How can you give 60,000 or 50,000 or the allegation that you gave somebody money and the person said, no, I received but 10,000.
Where did 50,000 go?
Okay, so where did 10,000 go? You know that map they say carry one, the Nigerian woman.
Let me look for
500 plus 500, 0 plus 0. Why you put that map on? 0 plus 0, 0. 0 plus 0, 0.
I got a new video.
No, put that one on. Find that one. Hey, damn, find that one. Carry go where? When the people 50,000 for entertainment, cook out the program. The people receive only 10,000. The other person that added 5,000, that somebody willingly and said, I'm going to add 5,000. So total they received for that cook out the program was 15,000. So the 15,000 they received, Miata family must give an account. The family of the person that died, right? Whether he had a pre-condition, whatever condition, post-condition, the man died during the event. Miata family are answerable to them. I mean, let's stop this thing. It can be whosoever. We should be aggressively investigating. There's nothing to say, carry go. Carry go where? That's not what we signed up for. That's not what we signed up for. Liberian people will never say carry go. Yeah, people get vexed with me, Dama. Get vexed with me when you are. Wait. Get vexed with me. Look at me.
My brother fell.
Huh? Yeah, carry go. Listen, we're going to be bringing in Reverend Luther Tappe, the chairman of Unity Party, the Honorable Reverend Luther Tappe shortly. Sorry that we are starting the show late. You know, we try to welcome every one of you, but you guys are welcome, yeah? We have to do this thing together, folks. We will not be personal. We will not be partisan. We will not have any sympathy because we have to do this together. In union strong. In union strong. What?
Success.
It's what?
Sure.
It's show. We have to do it. We beat CDC. Me at that formula say, all I lie, you lie on CDC and take all the power you lie on us.
But yeah. That a video, yeah?
But what can we go on?
How much is that amount? I collected 2,500 naira from you.
Yeah.
And another 2,500.
Yeah.
Making it 5,000.
41,000.
Huh?
41,000.
2,500 plus 2,000. That is.
Oh my God.
5,000 naira.
That is 41,000.
Yes,
I say you collect 2,500. plus 2,500. 0 plus 0.
0.
0 plus 0.
0.
5 plus 5.
10.
2 plus 2.
4.
41,000. 0 plus 0.
0.
0 plus 0.
0.
5 plus 5.
10.
I write 10. 2 plus 2. 4 now.
You carry 1. You carry 1. You carry 1.
Where you dey carry and go? Hey! Carry one go where?
Hey! Come. Wait. Who be your teacher?
Okoro carry one go where?
Who be your teacher? I don't get problem with you.
Okoro.
No. 5,000. 5,000. Wait. Let me talk. I want to go and see your teacher. I don't get problem with you.
No, you can't borrow money.
Who says so? Who be your teacher?
Who
teach you?
No,
I don't get any problem. No, shut up. I am coming. Let me go and see your teacher.
Say that claim to me. Who be your teacher? You carry one and go where? You carry one
I
and
know
go
the
where?
teacher.
Who be your teacher? You carry one and go where, Damo? Where you carry one to go? 0 plus 0, 0. 0 plus 0, 0. 5 plus 5, 10. You put a 10. No, you carry one. Carry one and go where? Where you carry the people 60,000? 650,000. What you guys did with the money? Is it a bad question? That you might cost somebody mind and cost somebody power? Is it a bad question? What you guys say with the money? Come on, break down. Now what the Liberian people are asking for? Let's ask Miata family. You can't want to go where, Miata? You say you get a man 60,000. The man said I received 10,000. You say you pay for water. They say you pay for water. You say you pay for chair. They say no, you pay for chair. You blame GSA. You blame the ongoing government. You blame everybody but yourself, who was the chair on that committee.
Blame Spoon TV and all.
You blame Spoon TV. You blame
The
Henry.
mediator or reporter. Yeah.
And how can we face the country? Is this what we fought for? I know the chairman is ready. We'll be bringing him up shortly. But I mean, what's going on here? You can't want to go where? 60,000, 50,000. The man say you only getting 10,000. Today we receive a report that you share the money. That you share the money.
The math teacher, yeah.
Never play it. I see the chairman won't get bothered or water. Play it quick. Let's bring the chairman on. Play it one more time.
Then we get George. We are all the numbers. How much normally?
Hey, you bring it out here.
1%, 0.2%, because 99.89%. When you add 1% to the 99, then you know that 100%. So
the man gotta take a break. The man gotta take a break. The man say, because I'm not ready and choking. But ladies and gentlemen, where the picking from? They're picking out DJ. Where you coming from? So Damo, hold on 1 minute. Let me see. What you let me there?
Hello, afternoon.
Yeah, Damo, hello, how are you? You all right?
I beg you guys. I beg you. Sorry for the interruption. We got Yeke Koruba will be coming on today. We have Reverend Luther Tapper, the chairman of Unity Party. He's coming on. We got something that somebody in the country, in Liberia, that person was making 1,265 United States dollars a day. You ever tell your friend out? We play out. Somebody in the Republic of Liberia and say, yeah, I say it because I get a document. That person was making 1,000. Let me call the exact amount. The exact amount. Because this is what will help us understand where we are, who we are, and what we intend to be and where we're going. Dama, my piggy. The person I'm not calling my piggy because you still get my cash in your pocket till you can release that last cash. The first one. Say something. Let me ask you now. You want me to call you my piggy or you want to get my cash back and I call you my piggy? Well,
I get your cash back or not, that is if I get cash for you, I stay your piggy. So,
but let me say this. They were making $1,265 USD per day. Someone, can you imagine? 1,265 United States dollars a day. A day. A day. This is the government just been power how many days now? 3 days or 4 days. So is that a Joseph Yema Boakai government? But who this person that was making 1,000 total in 1 year time, Dama, grand total, the person made 304,800 United States dollars in 1 year.
Who done so?
Hey, now you know. When Cooper say now you know, they say my knee,
Jesus.
my knee. That's why I say now you know. But because I ate the last part of my potato gray, it hurted me so much because only small left there. And I will not eat it again till maybe next week or so. Only small left there. Let's bring in the Reverend. The Reverend Luther Tappet, the Unity Party chairman, the man whose party is in the controlling seat right now. Let's bring Reverend Tappet on. And ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start the show. The rest of the team will be joining us shortly. But because we started late, we must proceed. Damon, hang with us, don't you leave. Let's bring in Reverend Tappet. All right. Reverend Tappet, good evening from my end. It's 4:13, it's 9:13 on your end. Thank you very much for adjusting your camera. Welcome again to your station, to your show, to your program, The Spoon Talk. Thank you for joining us.
Well, thank you very much for having me, CEO, and good evening to Dr. Richard Singh, and of course, Diamond and the entire crew of the Spoon TV. Let me, first of all, send my heartfelt congratulations on your national and patriotic stance on ensuring that the democracy we witnessed recently truly is a representative of the new generation of Liberians who want to see the country move forward. So let me salute you, CEO, for the role you play and the entire Spoon TV. Thank you for being an informer of our people, standing up and making sure that the right thing happens. You play your part. And today we have a change of government because of people like you and ordinary Liberians across the world who wanted something good for their country. So let me begin with that. And I'm very pleased. The last time I was on your platform, I was an opposition chairman. Now I'm the chairman of the ruling party. So we are happy to be part of this. So thank you.
You're welcome. Congrats to you. Like Diamond said, we want to say we are pleased to have you. Again, glory be to God. We got to honor God for the strength and the wisdom He have given to some of us that we can speak to folks in and out of Liberia and they listen to us to make the right decision. It is not about me or any of the panelists. It's all to the glory of God. So we say we appreciate you as always for your work. Through your leadership, Unity Party won again. We want to say thank you very much to you, to Amos Tuwe, the Secretary General, the former Chairman Amin Moda, the former Secretary General Mo Adi, and the entire team. We want to say thank you guys very much. Let's now talk about moving Liberia forward under the leadership of President Joseph Yema Boakai and Vice President Jeremiah Kpankun. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, CEO. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, something brought you in today. What brought you in? Let's give you the chance and let's hear you out.
Well, I came on your platform today to thank you for the role you play, and of course to provide some clarity to a very misleading story that I've been circulating, especially on front page, regarding misappropriation of funds for the inauguration. I'm sorry that I have to come on your platform on day one after we have won this election to come and provide clarity. But it's very important to inform the Liberian people and the world that the story by Front Page Africa that was captioned "Who AJMB money?" That sent a shocking wave through the country, because this is one of the things that we ran on. As a party, we will be able to mitigate these corrupt practices, especially in the public sector. And I felt that as national chairman of the party, it's expedient to come on your platform and provide clarity to that story. Because of what the ordinary Liberians have done during the elections, the Unity Party, His Excellency President Joseph Nyeman Boakai, the Vice President Jeremiah Akpan-Ankong, we understood the mandate the Liberian people have given to us to serve them with impeccability, clear records of transparency and accountability. I'm aware of that as the national chairman. President Boakai is aware of that mandate. Vice President Jeremiah Akpan and all of our elected officials are very much aware of that mandate. And so after the elections, the party felt indebted to allow the ordinary Liberians participate in the inauguration celebration. We felt that was the very least that we could do for our people, that will usher in a beginning of a new day that will serve Liberians with impeccability, with all level of fairness and transparency. And so the party, the president called my attention and said, Chairman, with what the people have done across the country, protecting their vote, walking in dirty waters, going through difficult terrains to campaign, we feel it's important that from day one, on the day that I will be sworn in, that our people across the country will celebrate a new Liberia. And so he and I, after discussing, we were able to tell the county chairs in the 15 counties to immediately proceed to the party headquarters on Broad Street, where all of the 15 counties, along with the treasurers of these counties and 2 other officials from the counties, signed $5,000 American dollars that was allocated for each district for the purpose of celebrating the GMB victory and the ushering of a new Liberia. And so the money, they are documented to show that it was not a one person that collected that money. Even as a national chairman, when that money was being distributed, I was not even around. But through a text to the finance office that the financial officer of the party, in collaboration with other financial experts of the party, should release those funds to the county chairs to quickly move down and give those money to the districts for the celebration. And I was very swift to CEO to tell them that this money giving was the money for the Liberian people, and we will audit them. I was clear. I was categorical about it. I did not miss my words, and I was very firm on it, that a dime from this money that will be most appropriated, each county office will be audited. And the deadline of Monday was given to the county chairs that this coming Monday, where all of the reports across the country will be gathered, summarized, analyzed, and compiled for final report to be made to the president. And he was clear to me, and he said, Chairman, I've promised the Liberian people that I'm going to start fighting corruption from day one. And I want to tell you, please pass this message to the county chairs that I will ensure that the money given to them, the money they will account for every penny. I'm aware of its principle. I jump on board of United Party, provide this leadership along with gallant men and women for the change, national transformation, and the fight against corruption. And I understood the mandate. And that is why, to provide a system of transparency, each county chair and the treasurer went to the party headquarters, and Mr. Ford, who is our treasurer, gave them documents that is signed, and they collected the money and went down to their counties for the celebration. I was flabbergasted and taken aback when the story burst that there was a rampant corruption and misappropriation of funds that was given for GMB inauguration celebration. Front page published that. I was not even in Monrovia when the story broke. I was in Grand Bassa. Midnight, people forwarded to me the caption with my picture, and the national chairman of the United Party with a statement that the chairman mandated that $1,000 be deducted from each district's celebration. I was taken aback. And let me say to you, Stanton, I was very angry that my character that I've built before coming to national politics was being maligned, castigated. And my anger was definitely towards Front Page, that I held in high esteem as a newspaper that I believe that subscribed to credible information, published the story without talking to me when I was out of town. Later on, when I got to somewhere in Grand Bassa County, I got into coverage area. I saw a message from Mr. Dudu, who is the Front Page editor general. Say, well, Chairman Tapia, I got a story and I want you to respond, but then the story had already been published. And when I was able to leave Grand Bassa on my way to Buchanan, I placed a call to him and expressed my grave disappointment in the way they proceeded in publishing the story with my picture without hearing from me. I was completely taken aback that a paper that I highly regard will publish something into the public domain without talking to me to hear my own side of the story. I thought journalism, true journalism, is about balancing the story. But from what I heard, because I was not in the town, was that there was a report from Nimba County that one of the journalists, Franklin Dolokwe, called on OKFM and reported that there was some complaint from people in a particular district in Nimba County where they alleged that the money sent was not received. And the Nimba chair who are calling to him was asleep, heard that story, someone woken up and told him about some money that was seemingly misappropriated in Nemba. And his response, he said, well, when we receive the money from the party office, we, the national chairman of the United Party, make a special appeal to our national chairman that it was expedient that as national leader, as county leaders at the county level, it will also be very good for us to also be factored in the metrics of the funds distribution. Because the money that was given had a mandate, and the mandate was let every district receive $5,000. And so the county chairs gathered themselves, came by my office, and they said, Chairman, while it is true that we appreciate Unity Party for providing this money, we as county headquarters were not captured in the metrics of the funds distribution. We were not captured. And this means that we are going to go into the county as county leaders and send to District 1, District 2, District 3, depending on the number of districts we have, we're not captured. So how do you expect us as county leaders and collaborating parties to join in this celebration? So, Chairman, we are kindly appealing that the mandate about the 5,000 will be given an opportunity so the county office that have been a site of attraction during this period of the campaign, there will also be a celebration at that site. And so all of them, all 15 of them, make that clarion call, asking me, since the headquarters of the party was not captured in the budget, it was important that I give them the permission and discretion to also take part of that money so that food will be cooked. Because, Stanton, don't forget, that money was not only for Unity Party alone, but collaborating parties, auxiliaries, motorcyclists, and others who came along this campaign. With their request from all of them across the table, I saw the wisdom in allowing them to get 1,000. For instance, I'm going to use like Rivers County. Rivers County has only 2 districts. And so I said, with your request, it sounds legitimate. And I still will reiterate and emphasize that you will still be required to give account. So let the leadership remove 1,000 from each of the 2 districts. So each district will get 4. And then the county office will have 2,000 to buy food, to buy drinks, to buy popcorn and candies, and celebrate in the city center. That all through this campaign, those centers were the main center for Unity Party. How can we just send all the money to those counties without the county headquarters being very quiet with no music, no food? And I said, well, go ahead, but I still would say, whatever money that you took away from, you will be accountable for it. It was on that appeal that was made that I was able to come alongside with them and build a consensus with the intent, with the message clear that we will still hold you accountable. So places like Rivers says I got 2 districts. So you're talking about 4,000 to first district, and district number 2, 4,000, and then 2,000 in the party office for children party, for youth, for the motorcyclists, for collaborating parties. And I was still very clear to them, you will give account. I am very disappointed that Front Page did not verify or hear my side of the story. and they published. And I said to Mr. Dodo, I said, how can you publish a story that has an implication of maligning my character that I've built over the years before I even came to politics? How can you not talk to me to hear my own side of the story before publishing? Because I got friends all over the world. People, family, friends around the world were sending the front page story to my box, telling me, Luther, what has happened? Your name has been dragged into a corruption scandal. We don't know you to be this way. And I want to say this. While it is true that we who love to see the freedom of press in the Joseph Boakai government, we want to see responsible press, balanced press. People should spill into the public domain information that is verified on both sides to give a balanced view of the story to people. And up to now, there are stations that are now discussing that Tape is the corrupt person. Look, Stanton, I am not a beggar. I came to politics to help my country. I'm living a comfortable life in my country, Liberia. I will continue to serve my nation. I did not come to politics to be an additional thief. I came to serve my people, and I was taking a bike. And I want to say to front page and in the media house, if you hear a story not only about me, but any party official or government official, you must verify it, because sometimes you throw these negative characterization in the public domain and you malign someone's character they have built. And you insinuate, you bring up, you open a paradox of insinuation, of characterization. How do you go back then to redeem a person's integrity that they have built? I feel very upset about it. But guess what? In politics, people throw things at you, whether they are true or not. And I felt your platform is the best place to come and tell the Liberian people that the 1,000, whatever they call it, scandal, was a consensus that was built among the county chairs, and asked their boss, who was the national chairman, to see reason to allow the party headquarters to have a share of that celebration. And so thank you for granting me the opportunity to explain to the Liberian people what have happened. And let me say this. The counties chair met today. They're going to have a press conference on Monday. The deadline for each of the county to submit the money that was given to them is Monday, before the SONA. They're going to submit it. We're going to get financial people to vet the report, to verify it. And I want to say to the Liberian people, any penny, even a dollar that is missing from this money will be accounted for. And we are going to take appropriate steps against anyone who misappropriate this money. Thank you for giving the privilege and the time to explain my side of the story. Thank you, Stanton.
So I want to say seriously, I do appreciate the fact that you came on Spoon Talk to make this clarification. As folks know me, I'm not going to back away. We're going to ask you some hard questions, because this is about your character, and Liberians home and abroad need to understand what happened to the 365,000 United States dollars. Now, it's very, very good. We're happy. Honorable Yeka Koluba from District Number 10 this year. Let's welcome our Representative Yeka Koluba. Thank you for joining us, Representative. Thank you. All right. So let's get to the question. And I want, we're going to be patient because we want people to understand Reverend Tape. So let's just get into this. You are quite correct. Front page ran with a story. Let me ask you first. 73 electoral district, 5,000 to each district. Am I correct? That was the calculation, right?
That was correct from the onset.
from the onset. So
Yes.
evenly, everybody received 5,365,000. Is that amount correct?
That's correct.
Okay. We understand you just said, well, as per the negotiation and I want to know, it was your instruction alone, or you had conversation with other parties member, example, Secretary General, the Alliance Group, or you just make that decision along with the district coordinator heads?
Well, it was an appeal. As I said earlier, when they noticed that the money given to them that they have signed for did not in any way capture the party headquarters in the county, they felt they too needed to be a part of the celebration.
I understand. I just want to know, did you make a unilateral
And they
decision?
make that clearing call to me as the party chair. We're almost near the celebration. Everyone busy.
I understand, Reverend. But
And
I'm
as
saying
a leader,
the party, did you consult any other party leaders?
what those were leaders around the table.
Okay.
15 county chairs, those were leaders who controls the county. They have what we call the county chairs council. And as a council, they are the one that determine a lot of things in the NEC, in the party. They came together. It was not one person. All of them came together and expressed the same problem.
Not the county chair, not the county coordinator. I'm talking about from the party. For example, Secretary General Amos Tway, the committee head from the party, not the district coordinator. Were they informed of your decision before you take the decision? Did you talk to the president? Did you talk to the vice president? Did you talk to the party leadership? Not the coordinator, not.
I did not talk to I attempted to call the Secretary General, I did not get him. I attempted to call another person, I did not. They needed to leave. It was getting dark. Some of them had to go all the way to Southeast. This was a request of common sense, especially when the county offices where the party activities have been going on throughout the campaign. It would look bad. It would look very insensitive to see the party headquarters closed on that day. And if all the 15 men and women came together, I felt it was not that it was not important to consult. As I said, I tried the Secretary General, I tried another person, I couldn't get them. I knew everyone was busy. And I said to them, whatever you take, let it be only $1,000 because of the locality of where the party was going to be held. Because auxiliaries were there, motorcyclists were there, collaborating parties were there. Once it goes to the district and gets into the hand of our party leaders, some of them will be very protective of the money and try to, not include other people in the districts. But in the certain limits where most of the collaborative parties are, I felt it was important, and their decision, their wisdom was something that was logical, and I thought it was the right thing to do. And I still feel it's the right thing to do. They should not have been left out in the metrics and just send the money down to the different districts without capturing the main party headquarters where activities in every county was being held. It was in that I joined them and said, well, let's reason together and let's make that decision. And I reiterated to them, don't forget, even if you take the 1,000 and celebrate in the county office, you will give account of it.
Thank you very much, Reverend Tappet. I'm going to pause on my question. Let me just be fair with you on this show. Some folks from River G, Nima County, they reached out to me. I've asked them, given the time, if they want to question. They are also reaching out to me as we speak, that their county received 2,500, others received 3,000, and we can talk more into that. But it is so good that you here with Spoon tonight to speak on this issue. Dr. Richardson, Glennie, Genius, Prince Maxwell, Ambula Mame, then we bring in the representative from District Number 10, the Honorable Yeke Koruba. Dr. Richardson, please, your 2 questions.
Reverend Toppett, it's good to see you again, and congratulations on your win as the chair of the Unity Party. So I'm trying to follow your story and to get things straight. You said you asked the district chair to take $1,000 out of the 5,000.
They asked me, Dr. Richardson, let's put it there. They asked me, they suggested that they were not captured. So let's put that into context. They were the one who reached out to me. I was not even there when they received the money. I wasn't there. They asked me that, please, sir, can we get 1,000 to celebrate in the party headquarters? So let's put that straight. So it'll be in the context.
So were there 2 different celebrations going on, one for the district and one for the district chair? Is that how they were intended to celebrate?
Well, when the Senator Barrett initially thought about this nationwide celebration, his thought was every district should receive this amount, 5,000 per district. And he asked me as the chief administrator of the party to mandate the treasurer to give this money. In his thought, we ran with that without thinking about these other issues that the party leaders themselves raised. And honestly, when they went to sign for the money, I wasn't there. Up to now, I'm not saying, I think I've only seen 2 of those country leaders, only 2. I've seen Cape Mount, I've seen Monserrato. I've not seen them. But when they got the money, it dawned on them that, well, here am I, I'm a party chair. I collect this money. I'm supposed to go to district number 9, for example, in Nimba, that is 6 hours away from me. How am I going to get that money there? What am I going to do? It dawned on them suddenly, and all 15 came together and said, well, we've signed for this. Can we look for the party chair and explain to them the challenge we have? It was from this context, because there was no money given to them by the party office to deliver these monies and then the celebration. It was from that when all 15 leaders came to my office and said, look, well, I'm sorry, I never thought about it. Even when the president asked me, I never thought about it. I even thought that all of this going to be captured. They said, no, our districts are far apart. If it's Monserrato, it's easy, but our districts are far apart. And please, Mr. Chairman, we know this is a mandate, but kindly give us a chance. We promise to bring you the report and no money will be missing. And that was the last discussion that I had.
So a yes or no to this question. There were 2 celebrations going on. One for the party chairs who decided that they were going to take the $1,000 and do their own celebration, and then one for the district as a whole. It appears to me that way.
Well, it depends. It depends if the party, if you left Monrovia, like, okay, let's take for Monserrato. Monserrato office, Monserrato office is located in a particular district. But this campaign was ran not on the basis of Unity Party alone. It's an alliance. It's a collaboration of parties and people who came together. And the only place that the campaigners knew was the Monserrato office. And so if the news carried it, and it was on social media and everywhere, that there's a celebration going on in the various district, it will be a natural thinking that the best place that these people could reach was the party headquarters in that district, in that county. It is from that background that we saw the logic to endorse their request. I was not the one asking them. They saw what I didn't see. And I thought the wisdom was to allow them, not for them, but to prepare the food for that community, for the people who have been coming to those campaign offices, and to make sure that they were part of this celebration.
Okay, so I take it that there were 2 celebrations going on. However way was decided, that's kind of what I'm taking from your explanation. My second question to you is, was this $365,000, the money that was needed for the district, was it included in the initial inaugural budget district. I think it was $600 and something thousand. Was that part of that budget or no?
We are a party. Unity Party has always been labeled as broke. Yeah, we're a broke party, but we won the elections. No party can win election broke. We have money. The party had money after the campaign. If this money came from me, which I never had that money myself, or from someone, I would have taken it. But the money was in a party account. It was from the party that these leaders got the money. From the party, all of the documents. So the answer to your question, Dr. Rachel, say this was not part of the inaugural money of the 650 that was approved by the George Weah led government.
So we're saying that it's possible that this inauguration was maybe about $900,000. That was for the entire inauguration, including the county celebration. The budget could have been anywhere more $900,000 plus. Very similar to what George Weah inauguration cost.
Well, if you look at 6 years later, if George Weah campaign, inauguration cost 600,000, 900,000+, and then 6 years later, Unity Party celebrated her inauguration with the same amount or little less than that, we must have a pat on the back. It was such a very frugal budget that we operated on. I was on the transition team, and it was very clear that we did not want to spoil the Liberian people money. But if situation arises in the way today, and we wanted our people across the nation to have the celebration, be a part of the celebration, and our party made available 300,000+ to include our people, then of course around 900,000, I think Unity Party have done well, and we were not celebrating.
Very top end, and I'll just make a comment. I'm so sorry to be talking over you. I'll just make a comment and then pass it on to Glendy. I wouldn't jump to the conclusion that Unity Party did well 6 years later to be using $900,000 until I see the report on how the money was spent and the value of what was bought, and look at the economic at the time. But to just jump up and make this blanket statement, I won't do that. Okay, but
you expect me to say Unity Party didn't do well? You not see anybody tell you say their party not do well? My party did well, man. I know you'll not give it to me, Dr. Richardson. I know you will not give it to me. I know you will not give it to me. But we have done well to have celebrated at the inauguration party with under $1 million. Don't give it to me. I will give it to myself. I will take it.
It's not about you. It's about the Liberian people, honestly. It's not about giving it to you or Unity Party, okay? What I'm saying is I make those kind of decisions. It's just me by looking at, the value, the report, and how the money was spent. If I see that, the value of something, if I saw that the value of rice, the price increased 6 years ago to now, and it's equivalent to what you're saying in terms of monetary value, then I'll be rushed to make that decision. But at this point, I don't. Maybe you know, and I don't know. So
I have not seen the report. To be honest with you, Dr. Richardson, I have not seen the report.
It wasn't about not giving you Unity Party the credit.
When I see the report, as I said, Monday is the deadline. But for us to have celebrated this inauguration with less than $1 million, it's a part on our part. Don't give it to me. I will give it to myself and the party and what we did.
Thank you very much, Glendy.
Reverend Topper, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Glendy, pleasure meeting you.
You too. As I'm listening, I am, and please don't, I just have to say, like I see it, I'm a little bit disappointed. I'm disappointed because I am also on the record based on what we heard from Yatta family, that the budget for inauguration was $650,000. To hear now and hear tonight that 300 and something thousand was separate, and to hear you as the chairperson of Unity Party saying that Unity Party took money to celebrate, I'm a little bit disappointed, because when we heard about the money from President Boyka, the intent was for every district and every county to celebrate the win. not for Unity Party. I want to get clarity on that first, because I keep hearing you talk about Unity Party. I keep hearing you talk about your money from the party headquarters. I want to know that when the original plan was made, what was the $5,000 going to be used towards and for whom?
We saw the wisdom of allowing ordinary Liberians who, excuse me, in our own Liberian way, say, walk in the poo-poo water when we were celebrating, when we were launching. The ordinary Liberians who stood up and protected their vote for democracy to thrive in Liberia. We did not want to be the only people on the Capitol Hill, the elite, the educated, to sit there with President Boaga taking oath. We felt that it was time to show compassion and appreciation as a party to let our people know that, thank you. Let's drink a soft drink together. Let's eat little rice together. I don't think this is a lavishing of funds for people who work so hard, show their chests to bullets, women removing their lapa, protecting vote, and telling them, thank you, let's eat together. It's a Liberian thing that I'm proud that we did across the 73 districts of Liberia. So, Madam Juniors, if you are disappointed, I don't know, you're disappointed that we fed the people? Are you disappointed that the people who protected their vote, Unity Party, saw the wisdom of not only us on the Capitol Hill, eating the food there, but letting them in the community be part of this? I'm still struggling about your disappointment about this. But whatever it is, Madam, it's your view, but we felt it was important that these people, women who did not sleep, young people who did not sleep, Representative Kaluba, he knew on that night he was on bike with motorcyclists. Everyone was at the polling stations protecting their vote for this victory. We thought it was important that people had time to celebrate. And spending that money from the party, no, it was not a waste of money, man. It was a national decision that we needed to be made for our people to share in the celebration.
I don't think my question was answered, but I'm going to move to my next question, because my question was specifically about the intent of the money. Who was the funding going to be used for? You keep saying that it was coming from
the ordinary people. That's it.
So yes, so then it should be, because if that is your answer, that it was supposed to be for the ordinary people, we now heard that we've already gotten the answer that 650,000 was from the government, 300 and whatever thousand was from Unity Party. We got that clarity on this. Then I'm going to lead to my next question. If you're now telling me that this money was supposed to be used for the ordinary people, why is it that late in the game you decided to unilaterally change the decision of what the intent for the money was originally? Because what your explanation to us was, party leaders came together and said they wanted something to be held at the party headquarters. So why are we having something at the party headquarters when this money was supposed to be for ordinary with no party affiliations?
How does it in any way suggest that the decision made by, again, it was not a unilateral decision?
I think it was.
No, it wasn't.
I think it was.
15 men and women who lead our parties in the county. 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 met and said it was important to come to their boss, who's the national chairman, to give them an opportunity to celebrate in the party quarter. Ma'am, I don't think that was my decision. We give them the money. The party give them the money from the treasury, and they have left, and they felt it was important. In leadership, sometimes you don't solve all the problems. Problems are there to be solved. If people come to you and say, these are issues we are seeing arising, you need to handle them. I think it was a good thing to have listened to them. And that's what we did. It was not my decision. It was not a unilateral decision. It was 15 leaders of the party who proposed to the national chairman the need to take 1,000 to celebrate in the capital of the counties. And I saw wisdom in it, and that's what I endorse it.
I'll move to the next person to question, but I don't, I mean, it's my opinion anyway, that it was unilateral.
Well, that was not. I still don't agree that it was a unilateral decision.
I think it's Prince, yeah.
Prince?
Hi, Dr. Luther. How do you do, sir?
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
I said, Doctor, is it a doctor or just Mr. Luther? I just want to
it really doesn't matter to me.
Okay, great. Wonderful. Well, sir, I do not really have a question for you. I just have some statement. The reason is simple. The Unity Party is now in power. They now have legitimate democratic power. And what saddens me is the fact that of recent, the narrative of a honeymoon stage is being swept away by a small, sporadic concern about inaugural corruption. And I know full well right now that it is shaking the Liberian people's public trust. And if the Unity Party do not bring the act together to make sure that they reshape the narrative back on the president in the positive way, is going to erode public support, both domestic and international. We know full well that, as you said clearly in one of your statements, any penny will be accounted for. And that's a promise you just made, a national promise to Liberian people.
Yes.
And the Liberian people are going to hold you to that.
Yes.
And if you do not deliver on your accountability as stated on this network, it's going to damage not just you or the party, it's also going to damage the president's reputation. Because the president right now is the overall authority, not just within the party, but within the country. So that statement you just made right now, you have to live up to that, because Liberian people will be expecting a clear audit report of the inaugural ceremony so as to invest the public trust back into the president and bring back the honeymoon narrative that the president needs so desperately right now. Also, as you stated clearly here and provided all of the detailed information, and I've been looking for data within your information. I've been listening to data within your information. You stated clearly that the 365,000 that been talked about is from the Unity Party, not the government. And the 60,000 is from the government, not the Unity Party. That is key data point for us to understand.
Mm-hmm.
And if we do not make sure that this issue are clear to Liberian people, there could be legal consequences, not just for the Unity Party, but also for you. And most importantly, and the last one I'm going to talk about, is that there has to be a gatekeeper or gatekeeping on how the Unity Party move about when it comes to the issue of corruption within the Unity Party or any conversation thereof, because it has a major electoral impact in the future. So if the rescue tree needs to move in a direction it needs to move, this first step of public concern as it pertains to inaugural, quote unquote, corruption has to be nipped in the bud and provided in transparency to Liberian people. That's all I have to say.
Well, thank you, Prince. Let me begin by saying you're right. People who know Luther Tappe, they know who I am and what I stand for. I promise the Liberian people, and I'm going to say it here emphatically, that from these 15 counties, the money that was given to them, and I'm going to emphasize, the money from the party, each penny, every penny will be accounted for. Monday is the deadline. They're going to submit to me, to my office. We will get the reports to financial experts in our party. They will analyze it. They will provide financial critical analysis on data submitted. We will question where need be. We will compile where we satisfy. A report will be given to the president, and the report of that money, the 365,000, is what I'm talking about, Prince. Not the one from that was controlled by Miata family. She will have to come and provide clarity for that money. I'm talking about the one from Unity Party. I give you my word. We will come back on this platform. We will make known to the Liberian people the outcome of this money. And I can assure you, any district where there is some discrepancy and spending did not correspond with what was given to them, they will pay for it, they will account for it. The law is going to hold them, because Joseph Boakai, our president, is a man of law, the man who believes that it is time for Liberian leaders to fight corruption. And I can tell you, as a party chair, with these 15 leaders who came and made that clearing call, asking us to endorse that, and we did because we saw the wisdom in it, they will account for it, because we know that if this money is not accounted for, Liberian people will never believe. They would think that the cliche to fight corruption is just a mirage. We understand the political gravity of this. And I give you my word, we will send the copies to Spoon Talk and to the media world, and they will know for sure that we mean business, and we're going to fight corruption in the 6 years that the Liberian people are giving to us.
Dr. Richardson.
Yes, it was Honorable Yeke Kolba comes in, and then we'll go to Mame.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Good to see you after the election. It's a pleasure again. Thank you for the hard work. Thank you for bringing success to the Unity Party. You've fought a good fight. So let me give you a piece of advice before I ask you my two questions. Politics is not good for revving. Politics is for title. It demoralizes you. It carries you to your early grave, because politicians, we are liars. So I want you to be very, very careful. So I go to my first question. Dr. Tapia, you said the money came from the Unity Party coffers. Because for me, I got interest in the source of the money. Where was this money when Unity Party was throwing all of their office to Congo Town? And where was this money when Unity Party office on the Broad Street were being shut down on so many occasions by the court? That's my first question.
Honorable Kolba, let me thank you too for the role you play. You played a nationalistic role, and as a dear friend, I want to tell you that we appreciate. We really appreciate what you've done to make sure that the rescue train land. Let me disagree with you. The reverends are not to be in politics. I'm a reverend. I'm also a professor. I teach international relations. I got degrees for that. I did not come from the pulpit only with John 3:16. I'm an academic juggernaut. I understand the issues. For me to have my reverend title is a calling from God, and I will continue to answer that title. Martin Luther King liberated America on this platform of the civil rights movement. It was not led by people who were not reverend. He was a reverend. He kept his title. He fought discrimination in the society. He succeeded. What I'm doing here is what I know and I understand. People throw things at me. They will continue. I'm ready for it. The only thing I owe myself is that whatever they throw at me, let it not be true. I own it to God. I own it to my faith. I owe it to my country. I did not come into this space to be another headache for Liberia. I'm here to be a solution, and that's what I subscribe for. And I tell you, Honorable Koluba, they can throw as many as they want. Let them do it. I'm ready for it. I'm prepared for any arrow. Let it not be true. And I can say from this report, Liberians will know that they are credible men and women in this country. Not everyone in this country can bow down to the graven image of corruption. On the issue of where was this money when Unity Party? Where was Unity Party when they were throwing us? Look, if you were broke yesterday now, and today it means be broke. And Sunday good, Sunday bad, Sunday you get money, Sunday you not get money. That's how organizations go. So if we never had money few years ago and we were thrown out of our office and later we went to Broad Street, did anybody throw us out of Broad Street? We pay the rent. We are not indebted to anyone. So because United Party never had money few years ago doesn't mean that we will not have money throughout. No. Even you as an individual today, when you eat dry bread, does that mean you eat dry bread throughout the whole year? No. So sometimes you eat dry bread, sometimes you don't. Sometimes God provides, sometimes he doesn't provide the way you want it. So in that regard, Honorable Koluba, Unity Party, let me assure you, Unity Party will be a party of rule of law. We will not condone corruption. Our president was chosen on that matter. We will not condone corruption. This money that was given, we will make sure is accounted for. And I give you the word. Thank you.
Honorable Chairman, sorry for calling him. I know that the same thing, Honorable Chairman. You have not answered my question. My question is, where was this money when Unity Party it was being thrown under the office? Or are you people telling us now, the Liberian, that since Unity Party got elected, when Election Commission announced that Unity Party have won the election, the party started to receive brown envelopes?
Not to my knowledge. I don't know about it. I have not received it as the national chairman, so I don't know. So when you talk about brown envelopes, I told you that the money was collected from the party headquarters. The papers are there, the records are there from the national party headquarters on Broad Street. Honorable Yaga Koluba, you go there, you will see Treasurer Fall. He is going to tell you that the money was collected here. My brother, I don't even know what else want me to say. The money was collected from our headquarters. So that brown envelope you're talking, my hand inside. I don't know anything about it. As a chairman, I have not received no brown envelope. I don't know who received the brown envelope, but in my power, in my name and the name of the party, no one has received a brown envelope. We collected that money from our party headquarters. Go and verify it.
So let me ask my second question, because my first question will not answer at all. I will not answer at all. You have not said to us when the money was collected. If people have money, people are not going to be thrown out of your party headquarters. We are not going to be raising money to send the standard bearer to hospital with all the money in your covers. And I am convinced now that since they declared Unity Party winner, they have been collecting kickback. I am convinced. Until I can be convinced otherwise, I am convinced that you have been collecting kickback.
Honorable, you can't speak for us.
No,
you can't determine why in my house. You can't determine why in my pocket I'm giving to my wife to cook. You can't determine that.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Yes, so please. You can't determine that.
Let me come in with my second question. You know, we we used to listen to the Standard Bearer Unity Party, the president of this country now. He always said he know how money. He know how money. They $10 million Liberian dollars and the 200 bed arrest. Was that donation a personal donation of the president, or it was from the party that was given to the people of Trinidad?
Why did he hear when he was donating that?
No, I didn't hear it. We on different show now, so you can tell the public.
My mayor brought me here so I can tell about the money. The only one you can't ask me here, you know that the president went there as a president-elect at that time and saw the disaster in the land.
You expect a leader of that caliber to go there with one bag of rice? Hey, man.
No, we just want to know where the money came from. Is it?
I don't know. He gave that on his own behalf. You want me to go and ask the old man? Hey, but don't do that to me now. Don't do that to me. You want me to ask you how you spend your money? How you? Yeah, my man.
Thank you, Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Chairman. Prince, have you spoken? And Mame, have you spoken?
No,
Yeah,
Mame,
Prince
spoke. I think it's my
Please
time.
go ahead, Mame.
Reverend Tappe, congratulations.
Thank you, man.
And before I can go, I think it's, if we can just use your case as an example, it's good for more revenue to get on board so that we can be defeating corrupt governments. I think because it was tough with the Unity Party, I just want to congratulate you as chairman, your leadership. When you were elected chairman, many of us, doubted your ability to lead the political process. But strangely, you proved us wrong. In this public manner, we just want to say thank you for your leadership and for helping us to rescue the country.
Thank you, man.
The second thing is, I don't want to push you too much on this money issue, to be honest. And I want to clarify. You see, when we're using words, you need to be careful. A unilateral decision is a decision taken by one person. The people who came to receive money are county leaders of counties. And the national chairman made a decision. That decision is not a unilateral decision.
Thank you.
It would be a decision that did not have very extensive and wide-range consultation, but it's not a unilateral decision. Leaders of the party made a decision. And I appreciate the fact that you want to commission an investigation into how the funds were used. And I think you should do that. But we should stop sending out words that you made a unilateral decision. It was not a unilateral decision. On people concerned where Unity Party took the money from, there are stages in political parties. We've been around. Prior to 2023 election, many people, even Unity Party own parties, they were doubtful that UP will win the election.
You're right.
That in itself is a disincentive to contribute to your party, to pay your dues, because you're not sure the party will win. But right after the first round of the election, the strength that Unity Party pulled, it could serve as an incentive. Also, our party, will win, it will go and get in good books with the party. Other sympathizers say, the Unity Party will win the thing, let's go and get in good books with our party. So it is possible that prior to the election, you did not have money. But after the first round, when people saw the performance and the possibility to win, they decided to come and contribute to that party. Transparency is key. And people asking good questions about sources of funding. But to just make conclusion that somebody received bribe, for me, is not appropriate. On the concern, I'm not asking questions, so I'm using my time to raise my concern. On this concern about the people in Bond County, for heaven's sake, let's leave politics out of what happened in Bond County. People were dying. The JFK administrator were on this radio station, were on this platform, crying for help, that we don't have bandage, we don't have medicine, no food. And somebody go and decide to intervene to save life for the people of Bond County. We shouldn't make politics out of it.
Thank you.
Yes, we shouldn't make politics out of what happened in Bond County. Imagine your child in the hospital, burned almost to die. And the hospital administrator is saying, we don't have bandage, we don't have medicine. And somebody walk in and provide rest. And then you stand there and ask them, where you take the rest from $1 will not eat it until you can tell me where you take it from. We shouldn't put politics in a born country situation. That's what I would say. Then we can go forward with the discussion. But congratulations for your effort with the Unity Party.
Thank you very much. Let's give the Reverend chance to, I believe you want to respond to what Mama said, Reverend.
Yeah, and when he's done, I also want to say something concerning, because I raised the unilateral point.
Yeah, we will come to it. We'll do another round very quick before we allow the Reverend to go. Reverend, but I really want to give you a chance because Mama makes some important statement. Address some of the issues, if you can, please.
I concord with what Mami have said. When it's in the public domain that Chairman Tapper make a unilateral decision, I have said it and I will say it again. The money was not collected from my office. It was collected from the finance office. And these 15 leaders of the county suddenly realized that they were not captured in this. And they came, 15 men and women of the party came to the national leader and said, these are our concerns. And he says it's a unilateral decision. Absolutely not. It was not my decision. It was a request that was made, and I saw the wisdom, and we endorse it together. Let's wait. Let us not insinuate that this money was misappropriated. Let that report come. Let peruse it. Let critically analyze it and tell the public how the money was spent. If there's any discrepancy in the spending that do not in any way correlate with what was given to them, then of course we can raise the debt. But let's learn to give people benefit of doubt, because people build their character over years. You can't just use an event or something that you don't have clear understanding about and make a judgment about it. We should stop it. There's a new Liberia. Let us give benefit of doubt to people. Not all Liberians are crooks and thieves. Some of us live a better life before we came to politics. We did not come here to steal. We came to build a country. And that's why still I stand. And so even Front Page or any media house, anyone who send a story out there, verify it, hear from the people. Don't just spill things into the people's domain and think that, oh, it's an opportunity. Make, like Mami said, you make politics out of everything. Honorable Yega Kolba is a good friend. He knows, he and a very good friend. I like him. And I would say publicly I like him for who he is and where he stands for this country. But we cannot even make politics out of the death of people. People die. I went there with the president-elect at that time. And people never even had water. They needed water to ease the pain, the excruciating pain that they felt from the fire. And people gave them money. They gave them water. And the president-elect gave money, gave food. Their families have left the village, gathered in a place, and they're looking for food. And the president-elect saw the need and gave, and then we try to make a politics out of it. Let's separate politics from compassion. What has Liberia left her soul of compassion when we see new things to respond to? And so let me thank you, CEO, Mami, and Dr. Richard Say, Madam Juniors, and of course, my good friend, Honorable Yeka Koluba, and Mr. Prince Maxwell. I want to thank you for giving me the platform. Let me assure the librarian.
Just give me 1 second. Let me address something. I'm begging you. I know indeed you asked for 30 minutes. We should respect your time on the show because you're a very busy man. Let me just 1 minute, real quick, Reverend. We expect, as you say, you'll be bringing forth a report after you guys complete your investigation. The report will be given, or you're going to come back on the show, or you're going to have an open press conference to display such a report. Then we can go further, because I think for the new Liberia, for the new government, 4 days, or some may say 3 days, with all this allegation, I want to pivot a little bit, and I have to do this, though you are pressed with time, Reverend. Consider the second question. Let's go back to the inaugural planning. Please, I want to give you a chance to address it. The party leadership, somebody, a brother from Minnesota that supported Joseph Yema Boakai all through, went to all of the event in Minnesota when Joseph Yema Boakai visited the president, hosted our fellow panelist Eugene Lamin Fagon whenever he go over to Minnesota. So happy and say, I'm going to go to Liberia and see, you know, the inaugural program, bringing in a new day for Liberia. I want to see Joseph Yema Boakai inauguration, and he died. His family reaching out to us. He was one of your partisans. I want to give you the chance as chairman for the party. I'm not going to talk about the money again because we're expecting a report. But I want you to address this. One of your partisans died while attending the inaugural. There's a big wala or hulala when it comes to the planning of the inaugural ceremony. Talk to Liberians, speak to that family, that bereaved, that mourning, and represent the Unity Party tonight, sir.
Well, CEO, thank you for this salient moment. And let me send our heartfelt condolence to that great Liberian who fought for the new Liberia only to die on the field, witnessing GMB becoming the president he has always wanted to be. Our hearts are broken for what happened. We plan to visit his family this weekend to commiserate with them, to share our grief and our pain with them. Liberians have lost their life for this democracy that we celebrate today. It saddened me that a very promising young man gave his everything, bought his own ticket, gave towards this rescue mission, only to come and witness this historic moment, and he's no longer with us today. It's a burden that the Liberians have paid for this glorious triumph of Joseph Yema Boakai. They put a lot of burden on us. And so our prayers and our deepest condolence to his wife, his precious children, his siblings, and friends. And as a party, as I said, this weekend, the leadership of the party is reaching out to his family to commiserate with them, and our prayers are with them. We are so sorry. In a Liberian way, we say, never mind for what has happened. And may his soul rest in peace, and the soul of so many Liberians who fought for a great country of progress and prosperity. Our hearts goes out to the family. And thank you for that question, for me to extend our condolence to the family. Thank you, CEO, for that.
Stanton.
Reverend, thank you very much. We got to excuse you, Reverend.
I would really like to make a point before you leave. No, I don't think that would be fair.
Glenny, I beg you. Glenny,
yeah. I don't think it would be fair because Monday came and interpreted it. I would like to say something.
Glenny, hold on 1 minute.
Yes.
Glenny, the honorable Koluba, I beg you.
Yes, can I get 1 minute, please?
Yeah, you will. When these guests come on the show, they ask us for 30 minutes. We have gone over 1 hour with Reverend Luther Tappe. Let's make our comment and have a show in his absence. He must go, please. I'm begging you.
I will still make my comment.
Reverend Tappe.
Thank you. I will cancel you. Honorable Yeke, I will cancel you. I will come to your temple. We'll come. Any question
if the United Party ever gave me $1 to carry on campaign, you on a show. It have been stated on a show that United Party raised $10,000 give me to carry on campaign. Have you at any time given me money?
I mean, I can't spoil your name. You spoil your own money for this rescue mission. Thank you for everything you have done.
No, I just want to
Thank
like
you,
clarity.
Yeke.
It's understood.
Yeke, you are a nationalist.
It's
I don't
understood.
care who, whatever, you are a nationalist. You stand
It's
for your country. And my
It's
heart's
understood.
out for you. I will come see you.
Thank you, Reverend.
Thank you very much. Thank you,
Thank you,
guys.
Reverend.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So it's not that we have to respect their time. And, they ask. Most of them pay for their presentation on the show. We just go back and say, let's have a conversation. Reverend, no, it's okay. It's okay. Representative, I was just backing our sister Glennie because he, his folks, Glennie, texted me in the back that he have to go. So I've been, skipping.
Well, you said we'll
Let's come
clarify.
to you now. Let's come to you, Glennie. Talk to us.
And I just want to say to everybody, including Mame, that I know what the word unilateral means. And the reason why I said the decision was unilateral was because I don't know anything about Unity Party. And I don't think that the hierarchy that makes the decision usually was the same format that was used, because Reverend Toppet said that he also, because you tend to ask him, did you call anybody? And he said he tried to call the Secretary General. So if that was the usual group of people that usually makes the decision, why was there a need for him to call the secretary? Why was there a need for him to call somebody else and didn't get it? It was based on that I said, because he said the district leaders came to him and suggested, and he agreed with them. If the district leaders did not need his approval to make that decision, they would not have gone to him. And so they needed his unilateral decision to be able to enforce what they asked for. So when I say unilateral, I will continue to say it, regardless of whoever says what or whoever interprets it their way. The decision was your unilateral one made by Reverend Toppet based on the request from the district leaders. And that's why I want to clarify. I understand it clearly, and that's how I understood it.
Thank you very much. So, guys, we're going to flip. Thank you for joining us, Colin Gray. We're going to flip this thing. We got a lot of information coming in. There will be another announcement coming up for appointments. We saw that last night. Other appointments came out. We'll run with it. It's all on social media. We can go through it. Some adjustments have been made. We expect more appointments to be up again today. And also tomorrow, we will have as our guest, we have Kula Fufana, the newly appointed press secretary to President Joseph Yima Boakai. She will be on the show as our guest tomorrow. I also want to announce, it's very important to note that with these appointments, something just hanging right, I want to say, but I got to be quiet because I have promised that I would not go ahead of reporting things that are not up there yet by this government. Honorable Yeke Koruba, you turn to be our guest tonight. We're going to focus on you. We're going to hear from you. We're so happy to have you. And another things we'll be bringing to your attention, I'm sharing this information. There's a gentleman in Liberia making $1,265 every day. Every day.
Can you imagine?
I think as the report in my possession, I think it's a consultant. It's a I don't know. He's on contract, but it is very clear. He makes $1,265 a day. The Honorable Yeke Koruba. I am coming to you first. We're going to tell you to be our guest. I will share the information with you. He been in government. He been in the country. I shouldn't say in government. Saying I heard my Ellington. He wrote over to Joseph Yima Boakai, to George Bush. George Weah Time. Okay, the report I have is 2022, so it was George Weah Time, and now he stayed there. Yeke, if you know anybody that making $1,265 a day, what will you do?
Well, Tinto, sometimes I feel that not talking about Liberia business anymore because Liberia is going nowhere. We have not seen the person to change this country. We Liberian people, we are deceitful to ourselves, and we don't have interest in the country. As long as we don't have interest in the country going nowhere. Because for somebody to be making $1,000 and some more US every day, Stanton, that's corruption in the highest. In the highest. It will not be very careful. That same person will work in the new government and make that same money. because this government is going with the same format. Nothing changed. You know what? I don't want to discuss all the appointment business in working government. In the first place, Stanton, when I started to work with Ambassador Wakai, he told me, and he made a commitment and said, Yeke, if I become president of this country, we will use the young people, we will use people that have not worked in government before to come to showcase what they have learned from the diaspora and from here. But all that I see, Stanton, nothing good will come out of the government. I'm very sorry to say.
It should be nothing good. Let leave the person not making money because they report in my possession. They maybe Mambe would know this and Prince Maxwell, and they are contractors from overseas that is helping with a project in the country. Reading through the document, I will share with you, Mambe, because I want you to understand. And I want you guys to explain, because you guys work with different UN groups. Why would they bring in the money and they take the money again? You bring in few millions dollars, but you are making $1,265 a day. I mean, the government continue with this thing forever. What was to change? What can they do? But we come to it, Yeke, why are you now going through with those appointments that you are not seeing any change? Why?
Stanton, how can we make change when Prince Johnson do not want to be prosecuted, so he decide who become justice minister? Stanton, we need to stop dating with the Liberian people.
Well, why are you saying Prince Johnson decided that it's not Prince Johnson? Who telling you Prince Johnson make that decision?
Who the justice minister? Who the justice minister?
Yeah, well, I'm saying it's Cooper Crow. It's
yeah, who are the first justice minister appointed?
But it was they never appointed Jonathan Massaquoi.
Stanton.
No, let me serious. Help me out.
Stanton, you see the country? Be very careful for your news for. You gotta go far from this government. This government do not have interest in the Liberian people. If somebody would tell me now, United Party not had it before, but they're getting it now, I give up on the party. I give up on the party. I'm going to the program on Monday. The president come before, all right? The president did not conclude his statement. I got a remaining 3 pages he need to conclude. So I'm taking it there to remind him that he need to conclude it. We voted for the government with my sweat. We got outside with armor in the street not to see the same thing coming. Stanton, una Gregory Common can be the other police. They got nobody wanted to be the other police. Gregory Common came to the police, and all the police officers money, the police officers were dissatisfied. So that the una person can come, they see people coming to power.
I don't want to say all the time, Yeke, you the guest. Give the people to ask questions. Where you coming from that Gregory Common ate people money?
The men were in the police officers are not satisfied. AB Kroma were in the police officers are not satisfied.
Does that mean that he ate that money? Does that mean that he ate the money?
Officer, I know how the train will harass. And the same thing will go on.
Dr. Richardson, ask your cousin Yeke question, please.
My question is not kind of related to what my cousin Yeke is saying. Yeke, I just wanted to know how you're adjusting to your new seatmate.
Oh, okay. But you know that old man? That old man is the chief Zoe from Grand Crew. So the deal with looking at people, you gotta be radical. Yeah, they kept up building up for boys. Gray hair don't make you man. Let me tell you, they kept up building to a different place by itself.
Well, I'm looking forward to see how you guys will collaborate on things.
He ate Joseph Baga money. I just wanted to know where the money is.
No, laughing for that. Laughing for a whole day.
So 2,500.
I feel good. I mean, you said I chief Zoe. I didn't know where to say what money. Yeah.
As Zoe and call about talking now.
Yeah, true. Who will put a more there?
Granny.
So yeah, how are you?
I'm okay, mommy.
I want to ask you. I know about 3 weeks ago. Of course, we're used to Yeke, and I don't want people to. Because we're used to you. People will say, "Oh, that Yeke again, oh, that Yeke again. Yeke is acting up again." But I want to ask you, if in this new government, because you did a lot to help this new government to come into power, if you think we're going to see a different Yeke, I know yesterday was another different day, but going forward, is it possible that when you become annoyed about anything, that you will be able to go to that source and talk to them directly? Will we ever see that?
I resolve, people always tell me, go see the president. Go. I don't want to see president. The last time people talked to me to really go there and were interpreted on the spoon differently. And that is gone. You understand? I don't like to see president. When I put you to power, I want the right thing to be done. And when the right thing is done, it's okay for me. I want nothing from President Boubacar. Nothing I want for him. I just want the right thing to be done. So when we start talking secret, nothing good to be done. So when there's an issue, I bring it in the public, people will tell him, can we check this issue? But when we talk behind the heart, by the time I go there, the president will say, oh, you're my nephew. Nephew not get red when you see uncle. That's why I don't want to go to him.
All right. I know you were at the inauguration program.
I was not.
You were not there?
No.
Okay. So I stand corrected. Why were you not there?
Because the commitment made to me by President Boubacar is not fulfilled. I see him going another way, so I got no interest. He lost his.
Okay, so I won't ask a question about the inauguration because you weren't there. I'm done, Stanton. Thank you. Anybody else got a question for Honorable Yeke?
No.
I
That situation of trying to politicize. President Boubacar was right for giving money, but want to know the source. If it's want to know where the money come from, look, we will pinpoint President Boubacar until he will fail. I will not be opposed.
Can you hear me? Yeke?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Okay, so Prince, your turn, and Mommy, and then Conor Gray is next.
Well, I really do not have a question.
I'm sorry, Prince. Conor Gray, we had to mute you because you got a bad feedback. I hope you can make some adjustment. It's a double echo coming in from your end. Please. Prince, go ahead.
Well, okay. I really do not have a question for Honorable Yeke. Honorable Yeke is a national political treasurer figure in the Republic of Liberia right now. There is no question I'm asking he doesn't know, but I want him to share my concern right now. And I hope that he myself can go into it, and I hope that he can share my concern. I am deeply, deeply concerned about the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and what has just happened at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Yes, Stanton, I'm going to talk about it, and I'm not going to get tired talking about it. I told you the reason why I stay on this platform is to talk about the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The biggest posting in the history of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs just took place under one minister. 89 diplomats. In fact, I don't even call them diplomats. I call them officers in absentia of the mandate of the current president and incoming Minister of Foreign Affairs. 89 people were appointed to diplomatic missions from Washington, D.C. to New York, from Addis Ababa to Beijing, from Brussels to London, from South Africa to Sierra Leone, from Egypt to the UAE. All of these people were appointed. Under what criteria were they appointed? Under what system were they appointed? There are too many things right now that are going on in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that is damaging the reputation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and that of the Foreign Service. And I'm not going to sit back and watch these things happen. Because for one, I have an experience. For posting, there are recommendations, there are procedures, there are framework for posting. Was civil service contacted? These 85 people posted. Did they take the civil service test? Did they go to the National Security Agency for briefing, review, and vetting? Was the Foreign Service, did they get Foreign Service Institute clearance? I'm completely confused of how the outgoing administration of the former Minister of Foreign Affairs went about appointing all of these people to the Foreign Service, overburdening the Foreign Service. I'm hearing the Foreign Service has protocols. When I was a diplomat, there is a protocol of time limit. If you go to the Foreign Service as a new person, you don't just go over the person you came and met there. I'm hearing people who never ever served in the Foreign Service before becoming minister counselors. On what basis?
Who know you?
On what basis are they becoming minister counselors?
Who know you, basic?
And not only that, they are becoming ministers, counselors above the people that were already in the embassies serving for 7 years, 10 years, 15 years. What is going on? I hope that the incoming administration can see the justice in this and fix it.
Fine. That will brought change.
It is reducing the momentum of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and it's killing the confidence of the Foreign Service. Honorable Yaka Koluba, help me out with this. Please make sense out of this for me.
So you see, that what brought change for, right? Because we knew and we saw that things were going on wrong. So should we continue with the same thing or we should correct the wrong? That is what we should be running after now. So we'll be asking the new government to see if they can correct the wrong. If they file the same 04 mark, nothing is going to change. But
people are writing diplomatic letters, even in a wrong fashion. Even in a wrong fashion, they are writing diplomatic letters.
So let's go now. Let Yeke answer, then we'll move to the next person. I beg you, please. Yeke, you want to wrap up with Prince? Then we'll go to Mohammed.
We'll pray that the new government change all those things because in their country, who know you will take you there. And I think what you know should make you to remain there. But we're not looking at that. Who know you will take you there and you will remain there. So,
what are these people's credentials? What are their credentials? What are their credentials?
Now who know your credentials?
All right, thank you, Prince. All right, Prince. They're your family member, then you're gonna find them and bring them on the show. Ambula.
I share the sentiment that Prince is sharing on the show. I share it. And the reason why I do so is because I know the negative consequences of what happened. Foreign diplomats are struggling. They don't take pay on time, sometimes 6-4 months, no pay. They don't have medical insurance and living in foreign country. All on this platform, maybe excluding Yeke, know the importance of medical insurance when you're living outside of Liberia. You got foreign diplomats. There is no policy on giving them insurance except very select few. And it's because the ministry is constrained. So in the midst of that constraint, you can't pay on time, you can't pay salary on time, you owe in up to some 4 months, no rent, no insurance. They're not living like diplomats. And then 2 months to the end of the regime, you appoint an unprecedented number of over 80%. That's wrong. I think they should be reviewed. So I share that sentiment. Still talking about appointment and about change. We saw the new list that came up. I got a concern. I have taken a personal decision to just allow and give people the benefit of the doubt to go and serve their country. But there are instances where we can't all when there's a need. You see corruption in government, large-scale corruption in government. I'm talking about the petty team, people stealing small stationery. The real corruption that destroys the country is done through the budget. Budget manipulation. The real corruption that destroys the country, the industrial corruption, it happens through the budget. If we argue, and we are arguing so right, that George Weah government was so corrupt by manipulating the budget, recklessly corrupt, how is it possible for the same person who presided over that budget manipulation to be appointed by Joseph Boakai, by the president, to be the deputy minister for budget. Corruption in government is through the budget. The person who presided over that process for the last 6 years is reappointed. The reason is simple. There is a cartel in our country. That cartel includes people in the legislature mostly. They work with that budget office to put money in the budget and take money out of the budget. Every year, that particular woman has been there since 2014. Every year, you will not see her name, you will not hear her, you will not see her in no public event, you will not hear her on no interview, you will not hear anything about her. So, since 2014, she is protected by legislators who feel comfortable working with her to put money in the budget and take money from the budget under what we call budget manipulation. I was disturbed that that cartel was successful in meeting her this time under President Boakai. I was disturbed. Those powerful representatives and senators, every president that comes, they will go to it, say, oh yeah, the budget, she's okay, she's good, she's good. The only reason is comfortable working with her. If
so who did a recommendation?
Come again?
You know who did a recommendation?
No.
The recommendation was done by Jeremiah Kun.
I don't know that.
No, I am saying it.
Okay, let me lay my thought.
Yeah, go ahead.
That spoon here, you told I told my own.
But call her name. You just saying her.
Oh, Madam Tanya Branson.
Okay, thank you.
Is the Deputy Minister for Budget since 2014 to today. Qualified and competent, no question. But if the budget continued to be used as a source of corruption over the last 6 years, and we argue and say we'll change this government because of that corruption, the person who presided, who orchestrated and presided over the use of the budget for corruption cannot be in the Joe Boakai administration in the same position. It is happening because the cartel of people who have been protecting that seat feel comfortable working with her going for. So I'm afraid, I'm worried that the same thing that happened in the past with the budget being used as a source of corruption may happen under President Boakai. He may not be aware. The president will not know everybody he's appointing. But we who know we're raising the alarm bell and raising the red flag. It's wrong. Give her different positions.
Mame, can we interrupt you and ask you some questions? Let's welcome Azebat to the show. Mame, has she performed well?
But how you describe as performing well when you stand on and everybody on the show for the last 6 years were crying about the corruption in government? Large-scale corruption in government done through the budget. It's not a question for me to answer whether to perform well. The fact that we sat here and campaigned for 6 years to change we are because of large-scale corruption, it tells you she did not perform well.
But again, Mame, we're gonna skip Yeke for a little bit because you are raising a very, very sensitive issue here on Tene. All right, you're right. She been there for 14 years, and she been there for 8 years. If you minus the 14 from the 23, counting because she was reappointed. What would have been your advice to the committee, Jose Yema Boakai committee, as to that position?
Committee, vetting committee, or which
yes,
committee?
Yes, the appointment committee, the vetting committee.
You see, I would recommend a qualified and competent person with good track record. And I'm just saying they're following President Boakai's own criteria. He said he wants qualified, competent, and good track record people in government. So it's the same thing I will be telling them. Just go by President Boakai's instruction to get qualified, competent, and people with good track record in the position. My concern is we cannot argue for 6 years that the budget was used as a source of corruption. The person who presided over that budget, over that process, comes back and sit there. That's my concern. And I think it's a legitimate concern. The person who presided over the large-scale budget manipulation process since 2014 is the same person who bring it back to put it. And the reason why this is happening is because the cartel is comfortable working with her.
So, Mame, my last question to you, and then the rest of the guys can ask you. I hear when we're doing this show and people texting me, but a lot of people, you know, they're applauding you, they are praising you. The issue you are raising, they are very, very, very touching to them. Why would a Joseph Yuma Boakai government carry this Madam Bronx Singh, Madam Tenan? You know, why are they moving her after everything you just said on a George Manasseh government? The people beat on George Manasseh government, beat on Samuel Twe, by the way. And you know, what are they moving along with her? What do you think, Mame?
But Stanton, just imagine, how can George Weah preference of a budget minister be the preference of Joseph Boakai for a budget minister? The person that we are like to be his budget minister, and we saw what the person did. How can that same person, Joseph Boakai, elect that same person to be a budget minister? George Weah elect you to be budget minister, then Boakai will elect you, and we know what George Weah did with the budget. Joseph Boakai should not be electing such a person. He could elect them in different roles, but not in that budget role, because large-scale corruption in government is through the budget. The person who presides over that budget is Madam Tenan Branson. She did it good for George Weah under the last 6 years. Performed well. Everything was okay with them. And we saw the consequences. No drugs in the hospitals, no chairs in the schools, contracts are not performing, salaries not coming on time. How can that same person be the preference for President Boakai in the same position? Because President Boakai doesn't know, but there is a cartel that protects her. Every election year, that cartel is comfortable because money leave the budget and get to them to go campaign and come back in the legislature. Some of them mistakenly can lose, but most of them can win and come back. So when they come back, they want to make sure they protect her. It's just Lebanese people in Liberia. I mean, I say Lebanese. It's just some group of people in Liberia. Procurement people always want to buy from them. You beat them like why you say buy from Liberian, will not buy from Liberian. They will continue to buy from that specific group because they always comfortable. The group will cover their hard secret from everybody. So they always buy from that group. They will not buy from their own Liberian because they're not able to go into the deal and they're not comfortable that the Liberian will not leak the secret. So that particular group of people who cannot leak their secret and the people they want to do all their procurement with. It's the same thing with the budget office. The cartel comfortable with the woman. Since 2014, if she's confirmed and remain there, and President Boakai tenure ends, new president is elected, the cartel will go lobby for her to remain there again. I'm telling you this. I think they need.
Thank you, Mame. Let me bring in Isaac.
Somewhere else.
Don't you leave us? Don't you leave? Let me bring in Isaac. We'll go back to Honorable Yeke. Again, let me say this, folks. Thank you for joining Spoon tonight. A lot of people are agreeing with you, and I hope that we can open the phone line early and ask the Liberian people whether the choice to keep Martinet as the budget minister over there, deputy budget minister over there, is a problem. Isaac, can you unmute yourself and welcome to the show?
Thank you for having me. Good evening, everybody. And for some people, it's probably late at night. Some people, it's already in the morning, but we appreciate being here. And let me start first by greeting my younger brother, Mr. Yeke, Honorable Yeke Koloba. You know, we support you in general with the position you take and the issues you take stands on. But I think going into this new government, your anger, it will lead to different levels. So we got to talk to find out exactly what's driving it. Because the government has not really been seated yet, but the fire you got under there, it's not easy. So maybe there's some things you know that we don't know. But, you know, part of it is what you do, you know, and you have your style. So for me, I personally respect, you know, your position, where you come from. And most times the principal stands you take on these different issues. But I honestly do think this government has not been seated. But some of the things we can focus on correct. Like what Ambula is talking about here, you know, regards to some of the appointments and some of the strategic appointments where we know we drive how the Joseph Boakai government goes and what happens in the country. It's important for us to comment. So touching on the budget issue, I've always talked about us going to a zero-based budget. If you look at our national budget, year in, year out, it's like they're just moving numbers forward, progressively moving numbers forward, and probably allocating it on the previous percentages that existed to new percentages. And that is not, you know, how we're supposed to operate this country. Priorities should change. We need to reprioritize the budget. We look at the budget, 2023 budget, about 38% were into compensation. And we know, you're a lawmaker, you know how much you're making. So those numbers are just unfair to the rest of the budget. Use of goods and services, another 14%. Right there at 52%, more than half of the budget is on salary and use of goods and services. We hardly see any real, you know, social service coming to the people through the budget. Then we go to non-financial assets, right? That's another 21%.
Yeah, so, but sorry to interrupt you. We're not on the budget line discussion. We're just talking about the individual that is heading this area.
This individual has been sitting there since 2014 to current. Nothing innovative has happened towards the budget.
So you and Mame, you gotta
show how bad the budget is.
So you agree with Mame, right? You agree with Mame?
Totally agree with Mame.
Okay, hold on. I got someone that disagree with you guys. Let me bring him on. Hello, your name and where you calling from?
Yes, I'm calling from Monrovia. This is Anthony Mohammed Elders Fambula.
Anthony Fambula, go ahead.
To call to disagree with my distinguished junior brother, Abel Mame. You know, if you're going to use Tannen's Bronscombe performance under the weird government to say she's not competent and she should not be in that position, then I disagree.
No further correction. He never said she was not competent.
Wait, let him finish. Well, I said we're not interrupting now. Let him finish. Go ahead. No, Anthony Fambula, go ahead, please. Sorry for that interruption.
Yeah, what am I saying? Tannen said Madam government, and I worked with her directly when I was executive director at the LACC. All right? This woman performed very well. I would refer to her as the Maradona of that ministry when it comes to budget issues. She provided guidance, she provided direction. If her decision or guidance was not honored by her boss, you're not going to attribute the failure of budget performance or other issues to Tannen. That was very excellently executed her mandate. So how do you just suppose her performance under Madam Salif of the 12 years as compared to the 6 years she spent under President Weah? I think that's a unfair judgment.
So let me hold you there, Anthony Fambula. Let me hold you there. I will give Mame the chance to respond to you, please. Mame, that's his argument.
Please.
Yeah, I don't know. I know she didn't work under President Salif for 12 years. I know my calculation is she started working 2014, and from 2014 in the budget office to 2017.
I'm not going to argue the period, but she worked under Madam Salif.
No, I come in now. So she worked from 2014. She worked from 2014 as Deputy Minister for Budget, 2014 to 2017, at 3 years, you know, towards election. So now 12 years that I know of. And I'm saying on record.
Hold on 1 minute, Anthony. Let him go ahead.
I'm saying on record.
Yeah, I agree with him. I disagree with him. I mean, I agree with him on that point. No problem. No argument for that.
Yeah, so I'm saying on record that the the industrial corruption we see under George Weah through the budget, highlighted by the U.S. ambassador. I was just reading the U.S. ambassador statement about the issue around the budget, the U.S. ambassador McCarthy. I get one reference point. I am saying, given what we saw under the last 6 years, for which Liberians say no, George Weah government was too corrupt. They manipulated the budget too much. The person who presided over that should not be the same person in this regime. Give her a different job. Make her deputy minister to commerce or anywhere else. I don't get a problem with her. Give her a different job somewhere else. But at the budget, no. That's my disagreement. And you get right to disagree with me. That's fine.
Can I come in? Can I come in on that point?
Internet Fumbler, hold on 1 minute. Let's just hear from Isaac also. Isaac, go ahead.
I mean, it's not like her first 3 years were any improvement over the last 6 years. Okay, she came in. She did not change anything in the budget. Look at the 2013 and 2014 budgets. You just see a little shift in terms of probably increasing revenue. So it's not like something dramatic happened. So we can't say there were glory years under Madam Sirleaf. I was in opposition when Madam Sirleaf was president, and we're very critical of that budget. We're critical of the shortfalls. We're critical of the allocations. We're critical of the purposes for which they were used for, that we did not really see the impact. It's just that this past government was just so roguish and operated with so much impunity that they just did anything with the budget. But the reality is, year over year, the budget is close to basically the same. The allocations are the same. The priorities, which are misprioritized, are the same. We need change. This is now a reflection of change. I'm in total agreement. I know you worked with her before, Mr. Fumbler, but that work is not impacting the Liberian people.
Thank you. Anthony Fumbler, go ahead and we'll bring in the rest.
Listen. We first need to understand the moral operandi and duty and responsibility of the budget minister. All right. So when many agencies are giving their selling and is presented to the legislature, agencies appear before the legislature and make a case who deserve increase or decrease or maintain their level they are. How is not responsible for that? When the budget is passed, and then in terms of releasing a budget, that's when she managed to ensure that you get what has been approved to you. So whether the budget is still remaining the same, it should not be our responsibility because she's not the one passing it, but she doesn't have the authority to give you more than what they set the ceiling as per the projection for in terms of revenue generation. Okay, agency A, we think we set the ceiling because we look at your last year budget and our projection, we think we may not raise much revenue.
Anthony Fumbler. Anthony Fumbler.
Yes.
Can I ask you a question? Have anyone served in that position over 10 years straight?
No, I don't have that record. I'm not going to confirm.
Do you think it's fair for Liberians that Mantenan should serve in that position for 18 years?
Start the year is an issue. President.
I just asked you. I don't want to know that. I don't want to. No. Anthony Fumbler. Anthony Fumbler. Yeah, answer my question.
Yeah, I say yes because I'm answering your question. Yes, because you bring it on. It's something good to keep. People have memory of the institution. And tonight is one person who has a memory of the Ministry of Finance.
What?
So she's going to work.
Anthony Fumbler, please help us out because this is a new government. The woman is the brain of the computer at the Ministry of Finance. She got all the data entry, keeping all the storages when you talk about budget. But do you think it's fair as Liberian that you have one person serving going to 18 years?
Status around the world, when you have a career person, a professional performing their responsibility effectively and delivering on why you want to change it? Is it because you gotta get? I mean,
where in the world, Anthony? We gotta let go of you now because the other panelists they gotta ask where in the world you can find as a minister that one person served going to 18 years. Because you don't know that in Liberia.
No. It will be unfair to say she's going to serve 18 years when she further has not been confirmed. When she's confirmed, there's no guarantee she's going to spend 6 years in that position.
That's why I said going to 18 years.
Yeah, no, you don't have this strategy. But think about it. Bernie Samga served Marceli for 12 years.
The Bernie Samga served after that government. Did he serve any further?
Something else. I mean, there was a change of government. He opted to call for the legislature. What happened to President Boka appointing back?
And again, you say you work with Martin, right?
I mean, I work at I work as the representative of the Liberal Anti-Corruption Commission at the time. I was the executive director.
Anthony Frambler, we hope we can have you live in studio.
I want to one call.
Thank you for joining us.
It's just unfortunate I'm driving, I'm following, and I listen to my brother, I definitely.
Thank you very much, and we wish you can join us one of these days. Thank you. Mohammed, let me say this. Go ahead. Let's go to Gandhi, Dr. Richardson. But speak on this.
I get one call to pick.
Go ahead.
I thought it was Isaac that was on the floor.
I was on the floor.
Yeah, but Isaac finished. Go ahead, Ambula. Isaac Benton.
No, I'm not finished. Stand on. I'm not finished.
Hold on 1 minute now.
No, stand on. No, you can't do that. I wasn't finished. No, you can't.
Isaac, your way. I'm begging you, please. We shouldn't do this. Your way. And wait, and you get into the problem. You get into the problem. You still wait.
Senator, we need to talk about the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We need to talk about the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Wait. Ambula Mame, you say you got one call?
I got one call.
Go ahead. Please, your call, sir.
Okay. Thomas Cannon, please come in.
Thank you very much, Mami, and hi to everyone on the platform. I wanted to make an input on the appointment of Madam Bronson. It's not only on the issue of the budget. The position that she has occupied for a couple of those years is the Deputy Minister for Budget and Development Planning. My concern is that in that role, the reason why a planning ministry was merged with the finance ministry was to bring budget and development planning under a single roof so that can be improved. Over the past couple of years, we have not really seen the development planning piece of that role actually elevated. After the PADP was developed, it was abandoned a couple of years in its lifetime, and the ministry was only focused on raising revenue to pay salary and be able to fund the government. So if anybody says that she is the Maradona of the office, I don't agree to that point. The Maradonas of that office are the civil servants that are there. No one minister, a deputy or assistant minister should be taken as a Maradona of that office and cannot leave. A couple of years ago, that ministry developed this medium-term expenditure framework. When they came in under the WIA regime, they abandoned that framework. They did not pay attention to it. They were only raising money, putting it in the budget and executing the budget. And if a minister of finance is sanctioned for a role that he played in our public financial management system, I don't think anybody that play a leadership role in that team should be maintained at that ministry. If we really want to develop Liberia, we need to clean that Ministry of Finance and put people in there who can do the right thing.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you. So let's move. Thank you. Let me give. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Thomas. A very good point he raised. Let me go back to Isaac for his second comment or question. A very good point, Isaac.
Thank you. All right. So on the issue of foreign affairs, my perspective of the foreign affairs, they should really be business developers. They should be representing the interests of this country and showing the people out there, the foreign countries they're in, what Liberia
represents. But I understand, Isaac. We've gone from one topic to another. Let's make this thing. No. We're on the tenant conversation. Let's finish with it.
Then we'll
Okay,
go
let's
to the
move to the
next
Tenet
one.
conversation.
Yeah, you're confusing this conversation.
So the point the gentleman make is valid. We don't do real development planning. My proposal is for us to legislate a development plan. Nobody, other different governments can just come in and change the development trajectory if we decide it. Unfortunately, it's an arbitrary year-to-year focus shifting that there's no sustainable and continuous development, and that needs to change. So that's why I'm saying she has brought no innovation to the position over the last 9 years that she has been there. I haven't seen any drastic change or any significant change. And then, like he said, they had this medium-term expenditure framework, the MTEF. It disappeared. So what is the drive? Where was the accomplishment from a budget perspective? And some people say, oh, it's only Samora Wolokoli because he was fiscal affairs. No, the budget is wholly responsible. The budget and deputy minister is fully responsible for that planning and that development and moving the budget towards a real development purpose and not just salaries and expenditures from year to year. So yeah, basically, I totally agree with my man on the budget thing.
Do you think, real quick before we go to Conor Gray, do you think, like he said, the guys Samuel Tuah sanction, the rest of them should be questioned? And why were they rehired?
I mean, obviously, it's not just Samuel Tuah alone was in the corrupt acts that he was doing. He had to have some accomplices to work with him. I'm not saying she is one of them. I'm just saying with regards to the budget, with regards to the lack of innovation, the lack of change, and the lack of reprioritizing of the budget, I think they should be looking to somebody else. And there's an institutional change that needs to happen. She's an element of the current institution.
She's part of the institution. Yeah.
Huh?
She was part of that institution.
Yes, a failed institution. The whole government is a failed government. The whole process is failed. The system is failed. We need something different.
So thank you, Asa. We'll get back to you. Conor Gray, thank you for joining us. I know you're sweating like a bit ago. I see you fanning yourself. Thank you for being so patient. But I'll make your case, Conor Gray. And while you're making a case, please also add this. You think there's a mistake from the Joseph Yima Burka government to keep her?
You know, the way Ambassador Burka, President Burka is proceeding, it's like he has not taken control of the process. He has not assumed the pilot's seat. Last time we saw one person serving as BGA. I think this position was elevated to that of a director, deputy minister or so for budget. And this guy was there under the Samuel Doe regime. He was perennially the only guy that worked with our budget. That was before the war. After that, I've not seen anybody coming in our corridor staying that long. Not unless they have vested interests or they're protecting some of the deep state. I agree with Mame. Why should we always believe that this car can move only on one gear? You understand? Why do we think that only this person possesses this expertise? You know, when I hear the gentleman Fambule speaking, those kinds of people seem like they're all protecting this cartel. Maybe he's he has vested interests to see this particular Brunson woman return. But if somebody did such a sluggish job in the course of the Weah administration, and you think that she has done well, she's the Maradona, that idea, what happens if she's not able to go to work tomorrow? Why should we vest, an important sector of our nation, in the hands of one individual? This is the only Maradona. That concept, that's the old way of thinking. There are so many sharp and brightest people, somebody else, and see what becomes of it. By the way, Yake, I'm in your corridor, so I feel safe in your district. The place George Weah refused to build the road, he said, because they will vote Yake out there where I live right now. But I don't think Madam Bromsky, I think it's a big mistake. Ambassador Burka, President Burka, should take control of his government. Let him stop listening to the deep state. He'll believe that he's being manipulated. Until he assumes the will, his government will be another flop. And I hope he moves on faster to take control of this baby. That's the then he was not going to be in control. And from what is obtaining right now, President Barker is not in control. And I hope he assumes the will right away so we can move forward.
Thank you, Colonel Gray. I don't know where you are. Maybe there's no AC. You are very, very sweaty. All right. I hope you are not getting heat exhaustion. Dr. Richardson, yes, the issue Dr. Richardson, and it's a big concern. Like everybody is saying, keeping her for another 6 years. Is this the change that people ask for? Well, what's her personal allegation? I want to ask folks. I'm not trying to defend her, but what's on her that you think that they shouldn't keep her? Not the institution now. Her, Tenet. What have she done? What blame are you putting on her? To say disqualify her right now. She shouldn't be part of this government. What did she do? Dr. Richardson, help us, and maybe Mama will come at last.
Yeah, actually, since I want to add to your question, and I also want to say that I hope that we are not just selectively picking on this woman. I hope that we're going to utilize the same pattern and observe people who are corrupt, move on to this government. If they became corrupt, move on to this government, and we'll call that out as well. I don't want it to seem like we scapegoating her because she's a female. That's my first comment. My second comment is, Stanton, I think I'm hearing what you're saying. Some people might argue that she was following the law. The budget is the law from what I learned, what I understand, right? The executive sent the law, the budget down to the legislature, and then they approved the law. So some people might argue, not me, but I'm just saying, how would you respond to the argument that this lady was following the law? I basically, in her shoes, if I dislike the law or it being the best interest of the country, I would say something. That's my response to that. But maybe Mame can tell us, was that things that she was doing outside of the law, or how would you respond to the people who argue like she was following the law? She was only implementing the law because the budget is the law.
Thank you. Glendy?
I have been, since I've been hearing the different appointments, I've been one looking for gender balance. So last night when I saw the stuff, I immediately shared that we now have 6 women. And then I took a step back because then I remember Ms. Tannen from Ellen Johnson time. And I'm sharing the same sentiments with Mommy. If we've seen, she has her record to stand for her. Like Ava said, if you haven't seen any substantive change in the work that she has done with the budget, and you're just seeing an increase, nothing removing, nothing replacing it, just an increase, and that increase is reflective on salaries or on what people are getting back monetarily, I think it's important that they find someone. Come on. Someone has served for 10 years, I believe. I'm sure there's someone else. I'm sure that there is another qualified Liberian who can take that spot. But if you clearly see the George Weah budget that they've had for the last 6 years, and you see where the country is today and no benefits, we understand that they made recommendations and she have to look at it. But I think also there's some room where she's also allowing things to be allocated on the budget that should not be on there. So I think
the question to you, then what's this woman wrong? What out of something to say
we talk about the budget allocations. We talk about that. If items were allocated correctly on the budget and don't have almost maybe 65% of it in focusing on salaries.
This woman is wrong, Glendy. And maybe folks will beat me. If this woman, as she's saying, Mom is saying, I really don't blink. I'm not trying to put this on you guys. Like my friend on the show, Isaac, whenever he appears, he's my friend. When he's not my friend. Like even Isaac and Conor Gray, you guys are not telling us anything that you can hold her to. Because, let me end, Glendy, I'm where you are backing you. Because the fact that you're saying that she been there too long, but this budgeting will go through the legislators. So are they also wrong? Glendy, go ahead.
Yeah, I think there are also, and like Mama is saying, if there's a cartel there, if there's a group that consistently supports her being in that position. That's key. If that is the case, and that that year in and year out, this is the person that they want to be in that thing, then it gives room to want to look into this. And it's like if someone, and like the caller was saying, you don't want to remove her because she's been here for 10 years and she knows everything. Come on. Someone else can come there and learn in and out.
I'm not agreeing with him.
Yeah,
We
someone can come to learn. But I also think the fact that Mama has suggested here, which is also gives us room to want to consider, is that there may be a reason why they continue to want her to serve in this role. And so the Senate needs to look at it. But it also leads us to the point that, do they even have a vetting committee?
Who did?
Because how are these the new government?
Yes,
how are
do.
these names coming up?
Yes,
how
they
are
do.
these people coming up? How are they popping up? Who's
Yes, they
vetting
do.
them?
So let me go to the men are part of that group. Yeke Koruba, the representative from district number 10. And Yeke, sorry, we received the news yesterday in your district. Some family lost their property, their home. Thank God there were no death. Again, we give you the chance to address that major issue that took place in your district yesterday. You know, my producer just sent it to me, and we have to just acknowledge. But Yeke, what's the woman problem? What fault do you have on her? Not because they reappointed her. Did she do anything wrong? Is the budget her own problem? She's the one creating the budget. Is she signing the budget into law? Is she the one saying that send this to JFK, let's send this to University of Liberia? Give me this woman problem to disqualify her from reappointment. Yeke, please.
So I don't know this person. I don't really know who the person is. Like the fire, he said I visited all the scene today. I went there and sympathized with the people. I told them I'm going to get back. You know, I walked around to the places this morning and met with the victims, and then we talked today. You know, the woman in question, I don't know her, but you see, the American ambassador said the horse, we put money in the budget, we go for it. Are true. They got people that used to that budget that will put money there, and maybe some of the problem people got with her is when they put the money there, they'll have to do for all and say, look, madam, yeah, you give all this, the budget coming, we'll get this in it, you give all this, you take this. So they feel very comfortable with that person to keep them there so they can corrupt the system. We came for change. How can somebody serve for 10 years? So nobody to do that. God forbid they something happen, the whole system close. Is that what we're trying to say? So nobody laid that
representative. You have not said anything that would pin this woman down in corruption. You have not said anything that can disqualify her, that do not reappoint her. The only thing you are telling your audience tonight and our audience tonight is that she's been there too long.
Yeah, the system need to change. The system have been an embarrassment to the country. The whole finance ministry. Yeah. How can somebody send me in one capacity for 10 years or 9 years? So nobody learn the job inside the person. Now what we see, the same people come, they're coming back and believe that they are the only expert that can control system. So nobody learning the job inside the people.
Sandra, I want to draw an analogy when
you want us to go around, so when I come through, we gotta go to Prince Maxwell.
Exactly.
When I brought somebody else in, you get very so go ahead, you can finish up, please.
Straight up, Mama, just agree with me that the way this government is proceeding, there will be no change.
No, I agree with you on that one.
You just said it.
No,
which way?
You're just saying.
Which way you want to say?
No, Yeke is predicting that the way the government is proceeding, the government will fail. That's not what I'm predicting. I'm raising general concern to correct the system. I'm optimistic the government will succeed. I'm optimistic.
Let's go to Prince Maxwell. Mr. Maxwell, we're talking about your foreign ministry, but can we
exactly
finish the conversation first?
No, Senator. The foreign ministry is a major part of the government and functionality.
Maxwell, we're not going to the foreign ministry conversation. We got topic on the floor, sir.
Look, Stanton, the issue Mame brought up is a very important issue for deep thinking, and I appreciate the fact that Mame brought it up. But we have to understand that appointing appointment is subjective. Also, like you are asking here, because I'm still waiting to hear something. Yes, I understand from an administrative framework perspective where Mama is coming from and what he's talking about. I understand that. But I'm also looking at what you are saying, Stanton. Where is the violation here? Where is the violation? Has the budget law been breached? Has she breached the budget law? Has there been an investigation of her office to find out?
Hey, Prince,
something.
Now give me extra time because you are asking those questions. I want the Liberian people to see something. We can just say because Dr. Richardson been on her job for 19 years, so therefore remove her.
I think for me, in supporting, let me finish my thought now. For me, in supporting Ambula's position, I would simply call for an audit of her office and the years of time that she's been there, because, as Ambula correctly said, over the period of the time of George Weah's administration, we've seen that our budget has been used for corrupt intent. We know that. We know that the most important government instrument that allows allotment is the budget. But at this point in time, there is no evidence to show that this woman has breached any issue other than the fact that she's been consistently in her office from government to government. So maybe it is about time that her office is properly audited so as to understand whether there's issue of morality, the issue of functionality, the issue of operability, was anything broken. Then the conclusion of let her remove her from office is there. Has she met the standard of the Liberian framework for employment? I will hope that so. Maybe she's a civil servant. I don't know. Maybe she's not. I don't know. Those are all things that we need to check. But I do see where Mama is coming from, and I understand. And for such things like that, I would say, let us audit her office. Let us check it out so that her reputation can be maintained by the appropriate authorities, or destroyed by the appropriate authorities, or removed by the president when such findings are against her.
Thank you very much, Prince. Mama, you finish this up. You started it, you finish it.
The first thing is, I did not see.
Can I make one point after Mama, please?
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, Colonel Rem, before me.
Mama, thank you for agreeing with me, yeah?
You know, Stanton, in a football game or in any team, this woman will be the coach. She draws the plan of the game. If consistently we're losing the game, we'll fire the coach. If you go back and bring the coach, because what goes to the Senate is just something that the team managers look at and believe on her expertise and pass it. So she's just like the coach. But this is a bad coach that have been making us to lose all our games. Why are you retaining her again? Going into a new season, which means we're going to be losing because she does not have the wherewithal to give us a winning game, a winning plan. That's who she is. So I blame her because we failed because of her. Period.
Let me make one correction there and do a small crash course here on budget. Look, I did not say they should remove her because she has spent long time on the job. It would be illogical for my standard to say somebody spent long time on the job, just for that basis, you should remove them. I would never do that. So make that correction first. The second thing, they ask, isn't just she presenting the budget in the legislature passing? And that's why I want to do the crash course. The reason they brought development planning and budget together was such that this minister, working with the colleagues, will align government resources with government development plan and development agenda. Government development plan and the specific actions along those lines. The budget minister, because she's minister, the person is minister for budget and development planning. So you plan the development of the country, and then you put budget resources there, and then you send it to the legislature passes it, and then you can manage how that funds are disbursed over time towards those different activities in the development plan. That's the rule in summary. Here is the problem. When they are formulating the budget, they forget mostly about the development plan. The cartel in the legislature, the cartel will work with that identical office to include resources, to make allotment, to make appropriations, whatever need to call it before you get to the legislature, and include it in the budget. It comes to the legislature, that cartel ensure it is passed. When it goes back to the Ministry of Finance, that cartel ensures those resources are disbursed and they go after it. There have been numerous accounts of how lawmakers are influencing and manipulating the budget. U.S. State Department has captured those reports, those investigations. The U.S. Ambassador McCarthy captured it. And it's a common secret that this office of the budget, presided over by Tanner Branson, has been using the budget as a source of corruption all across every government in the world, including Liberia. The source of industrial corruption is the budget. This woman is managing the budget. She does not only submit it to the legislature, she manages the budget. She releases money toward development programs. And I am telling you, not only me today, thousands of other Liberians who know this but do not want to say it. They know that the reason why this woman is kept is because the cartel is comfortable with her. She does not go anywhere asking for a job. Tane will never go anywhere to ask anybody.
Who are the cartel, Mama? Who are the cartel?
The cartel is in the legislature.
Name them.
And
no, let's take it easy now. Because you raised a very, 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 very huge argument on Spoon Talk tonight on TNN. We have 11 new senators that came on. We have new representatives that joined. Who are the old or the new cartel members?
Can I have Mami to name them?
Yeah, go ahead.
You don't want there. Talk to you.
Thank you. You know, I served in the House as Representative 2017 to today. I was re-elected. One of the biggest cartel in the House, like Jeremiah Kuhn. One of the biggest cartel in the House, like Thomas Fowler. One of the biggest cartel in the House, like Prince Moe. One of the biggest cartel in the House, what the name? Kafia. Kafia left already. Clarence Massacre left already. So we still got some more cartel that know about the project, that know how to put the money there and go for it. Those are the names. I state my statement.
Mommy, yes. I'll ask you the last question, then we can move on. And maybe Isaac can help because we got to move to our last conversation tonight. Mommy, you have a group headed by Vice President Jeremiah Kuhn, Pro Tem Yombli Kanga Lawrence, Abraham Darius DeLone, and some other folks that are going over appointments. I can say this. There is no one person appointing. It is finally approved by the President, Joseph Yima Bwaka. Someone spoke about Massacre, Jonathan Massacre as Justice Minister. When that list came out, I think it was Yeke, they pulled it back. The Minister of State for Presidential Affairs, Sylvester Grisby, is not making any appointment. Recommendations, names come forth. The Vice President, the Pro Tem, the Chair on Executive, James Bonning, and the rest of the team. There are so many members. I'm just naming a few of them. They come together and they go over that appointment. Take it back to the president for final approval and signature before it is released by the press secretary, Kula Fufana. I just want also understand this. It's not no one individual now except of the president to say, I want Mame on this position. Yes. They are group. They are vetting people. And we got to just put this down. Do you trust them? Some of these names are called. Don't you think they went through? Don't you think they beginning to understand that if we have called for this change and the change is here, we need people with no problem? Or you still doubt their ability of recommendations and appointment?
I trust them, but I think they can make mistakes. I trust them. The names you call, Jeremiah Kun, Nyombli, DeLong, Prince Moy, and the rest of the other people, I got no reason to say they're not ready for the rescue mission. But I believe they can make mistakes like this mistake and other mistakes. Even the controller that they appointed, there's an issue. But we'll go into that later. My question back to you, Stanton. Corruption, large-scale corruption, I'm not saying small corruption, is done through the budget. That's where the money comes from. That's where it goes first, goes to the legislature, it passes. Then that's where that deputy minister sits over and pushes it to different places. If we argue for 6 years that our government were engaged into large-scale corruption, 6 years, pumping money into places, no report coming back, because the way they structure the PFM regulation is when it disburses money to you, an allotment to you, you must provide comprehensive report before additional is disbursed over the next quarter. That's how it is. If the budget of it disburses, if you get in the budget $3 million, in the first quarter, if the budget of it disburses $250,000 or $1 million, the law requires you must provide a comprehensive and reasonable report before they can release additional money to you. We saw in the we are government money was just leaving like water leaving the bucket. This woman presided over that. I'm telling you, she did not do it by mistake. It's a design. The cartel is in the legislature, it's in the executive, and they're comfortable with her. My disappointment is, how can somebody who pleased George Weah as budget director, using the budget for corruption, be the same person to be comfortable with President Kwaka? That's a mistake. I trust them, but they can make mistakes. Even on the issue of the controller, the PFM law requires that before you can be Controller General for Liberia, you must be a certified accountant. We will hold it at that point until
for next time
to release additional information.
For next time. Thank you very much, Mame. So let's wrap this thing up. Yeah, I'll say you got 1 minute, please.
Okay, sure. So let's just clarify some things, Stanton. An individual does not have to steal for them to be removed from a position. An individual does not necessarily have to do anything wrong for them to be removed from a position. When you require a certain level of performance, a certain level of innovation, and you want change, that's what you do. You change people. It's not personal. It's not personal at all. And our budget has basically been static in format. You saw the report from the U.S. Ambassador McCarthy. I did that analysis. Millions of dollars going into the healthcare sector, supposedly to these different clinics in the outlying counties, and some even in the Monrovia area. They don't get that money. Healthcare is very bad, and you know that's criminal. You know that if they really investigate, they can find that some people die at those hospitals because certain medications were not bought or certain machines were not there, and hold people criminally liable for that stuff. But we don't have accountability in our system. We are asking for something different to take place here in this country. And it's important that those voices, those powerful voices who can actually come after us and say those things again, they start to speak to those issues. But we can't just go the same thing day by day. This new government coming in, we will see the same percentage distribution for the new budget allocation. They will play around and say they're going to look at the 2024 50-year budget that Samuel Twillen just passed hurriedly and just accept it for it to go through again. So look, if we don't want to change this country, then people can just sit down and just enjoy themselves. But we want to change, we want to do some fundamental things to change. And part of that is looking at our budget, reprioritizing, and at the end of the day, this Ministry of Budget and Development Planning, the development portion is missing. The ministry, that subsection, that department is responsible for developing, coordinating, and monitoring development plans. What can I see? You see any monitoring of the Pro agenda? Where is it? It has to be underpinned by sound evidence-based research. So sound evidence-based research means when you say you allocated $50 here, make sure that $50 was spent on the purpose for which it was allocated. Not just somebody ate the money. So until we can get to that level of specificity in trying to see what our country's money was spent on, we're just wasting our time. Thank you for the 1 minute.
Thank you, Isaac. Guys, we got to wrap this up, but we will just squeeze in. I'm about to share this document with you, just the portion that this guy receiving 1,265 United States dollars a day. We can run over it, but let's give Maxwell the time to bring in Maxwell. We'll spend only a few minutes on this foreign ministry conversation, okay? Because we are left with 17 minutes. Go ahead.
All right. So quickly, let me run. Well, first and foremost, I'm very concerned about the honor the dark of night appointment by the outgoing administration. We know fully well that there's a massive amount of partisan corruption in the appointment of those 89 individuals yet to become diplomats. We know that. Number one, let's just set some things absolutely clear. Almost 90% of the positions, the titles that they were giving are under the civil service regulation, meaning those individuals must be civil servant. I'm yet to find out as to whether those individuals that were appointed took civil service test or got a civil service evaluation. I'm yet to find out as to whether those individuals went through the proper process of vetting for the National Security Agency, because they are going to serve as diplomatic agents. And we do not even know anything about their background. I'm yet to get a clear information as to whether they got the Foreign Service Institute clearance, or even of clear workshop with them to find out whether they understand what they are going to do. I'm yet to understand their capacity and the portfolio that was given to them before going to a mission. Now, we know why this mass employment is all about. Where was the commissioning ceremony, which is a constitutional process? All of these 89 individuals that were posted recently, their posting took place from Monrovia, from the sending state. Where was the commissioning ceremony? Where did they take the oath of office? Which media published this 89 names of individuals that are going to the Foreign Service? Now, what we know right now is that the outgoing administration have damaged the processes and framework for posting and appointment within the Foreign Service and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And we have to step back and fix that. These diplomats that are out there right now, these individuals, they are not creating a major problem for the diplomats that are already out there. I'll give you a typical example. There's a diplomatic precedent that exists that states that when you go to service and the number of years you spend in service, you become the senior to who else behind you. So when you are appointing someone, you don't appoint a person over that other diplomat that have so many years of experience. Once you do that, that person becomes political. And most of the positions that were brought in are all career diplomats positions. And these people never even follow the proper procedures and protocols of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and that of the Foreign Service Manual. There were positions and title giving that you cannot even find in the Foreign Service Manual that currently exist. So there must be an investigation of this. Just recently, the chairman on the Senate Foreign Affairs Committee stated that any employment under 6 months must be investigated, and I agree with him. Just recently, the pro temp, Madam Kanga Lawrence, Senator Dillon, and the Honorable Bocha Segwe all published their asset declaration, which means that any diplomatic appointment going into the Senate for confirmation will have to first and foremost publish their assets. But what are we doing in the foreign service? We are not doing the same thing in the foreign service. There's a problem right now in Ethiopia, where somebody was giving Minister Councilor Plenipotentiary title. It's not even in the foreign service manual for that position. And they're taking a position over someone who's been spending years of service at that particular mission. If you go to New York, the same thing is happening there. This has to stop. We are damaging the credibility of our foreign service and our foreign service officers. We are damaging the credibility of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And I'm not the only person who's talking about this. And I hope that Stanton will take a serious interest into this and talk about this holistically, not just about me. It has to stop and it has to change. Right. And the right process has to be put in place.
All right, so Prince, here's the issue. We got a new government in place. Everything you're talking about is the past government. Okay?
Yes.
The new government, we understand that Delon is the chair on foreign committee. And Delon is listening to you. You can pick up your phone anytime and you talk to Delon. You've been speaking to Delon. Let's see what they're going to do. My advice to you and everyone are watching, when you have these reports and you have these recommendations from the old government, pass it over to the chair on foreign committee and see what they do. Now, who are we going to blame? Who are we going to talk about here today? John Weah is not in power anymore. They made those mistakes. We know that's why the people rejected them. Let's see what they do and the rest of the folks, the new foreign minister will do. Let's see what this government will do. Let's talk about the way forward. I feel your pain. I understand that's your passion. My brother, like I will pick up my phone now and talk to Didon. You also can do the same. And let's just put it before them. Jeremiah Kuhn, Delon, the pro tem, and this new government. Let's see who would be the deputy minister, who would be ambassador. Yeah, who would be ambassador there? Let's just give it a chance. I think the people are willing to discuss it. So again, but it's very concerning, Prince. Thank you very much. It is concerning. So guys, let's talk about the next conversation here, which will be our closing and what's on your mind. All right. Again, we always say we have to move from here 7 because Nelson have his show coming up at 8, and Madam Titi is always on our back. Tomorrow we will have Kula Fufana. She will be our guest, the newly appointed press secretary, and she's going to be discussing the State of the Nation address, which is scheduled for Monday. The State of the Nation address, the lawmakers and say we're playing our own. We ain't going back to Miata family. And you know, so they're planning their own planning. They ain't going back to your auntie. Your auntie ate the people money, they don't trust her anymore. All right. So that's what they are saying. The allegation that she ate the money, they can't go back to her.
Zeno took himself out.
Good.
Wait.
Good.
Who kicked you out? Who kicked you out?
That Glenny kicked me out. Glenny
I want to.
Yeah, I was.
Talking.
I was talking myself about Representative Emmanuel Dan from District Number 7. He's heading the committee from the House of Representatives, and I believe is Senator Brown heading the committee from the Senate. So these people been meeting, they've been discussing, they're planning their own event, the State of the Nation address. They say they will not bring in Yatta family because of misappropriation about the 60,000 allegation, and she cannot give full account. And people are saying they should investigate her, and the person that died, the family member, should sue the committee, which of course I support. they should sue the committee. That would be the best thing to do, to have more clarity as to what led to the young man's death and the poor planning on the Miata family. This is bad, our country. We cannot defend this and we cannot move forward. We hope we can have a comprehensive report, 650,000, how much you give Chris Waddle. And again, the allegation that Chris Waddle received $60,000 or $50,000, and he said, I didn't receive it, I received only 10,000. They should come and explain, you know, how much you gave Mary Bro. Mary Bro said, you didn't give me any money. Mary Bro said, because it wasn't for me, the whole thing was going to collapse. Mary Bro said, President Bouakai called her. It wasn't Miata family that I called her. 12 days to the inauguration, President Bouakai called her and begged her in the presence of Yombi Kanga Lawrence and said, please, I beg you help, or else we don't have any inauguration. So I'm saying, you know, and that's crazy these days. So where's the money? That's why we want to say we're going to have Kula Fofana tomorrow. And just let us close on this note about the State of the Nation address, and let's just move on. We'll hold everybody accountable. I believe that let justice be done to all as a VAR. You know, we fought for this thing. We put our mouth and beat on other political leader, Mr. Cummings, who said he wasn't fit at this time to be president. We went after George Manawia. We discredited him and his government. We went after Tewan Gonglu and everyone. We beat on Asa Vatuba. We beat on Dr. Richardson. So when Unity Party now in power, we should hold them responsible for every mistake. That's where we are, and that's who we will be. So we just hope that you understand we are not being personal, but that they can come with a comprehensive report. I say your entity should come with a comprehensive report and tell the Liberian people what she did with it. $650,000. We'll not leave this story. We'll talk about it every day, you know, because it's bad. Let's close, guys. We got 7 more minutes. Everybody take a minute, 30 seconds, and we'll be fine.
No, I just want to ask is she really your auntie? And all the other people, they be calling auntie. Let me professional. Don't call people auntie. Not your auntie then.
You hear me calling her auntie? I'm going to move her back.
You're calling Tana auntie. You're calling Tana.
My man, you go on your professional show. Leave our show alone. That auntie Tana. So, but go ahead. We got a minute, 30 seconds. I said, what I mean, what's your take here, though? Talk to us your expectation from the State of the Nation address and the way forward now, as we're holding people responsible for their own negligence and allegation of corruption. What do you think?
Me? Are you asking?
Oh, I'm starting with Isaac. You want to go first? You can go ahead. Now, your brother, you want to go first? Go ahead. That's okay. Your ANC brother.
Whatever, telling me you're not going there today. But
I said it's your ANC brother. That's true. It's not a secret.
You're not going there. I will stick to what I want to say for the show today.
Thank you.
Look, you know, we started the show with Reverend Tappet talking about the misappropriation of fund scandal that we are reading in the newspaper right now. Reverend Tappet came here, and to tell you the truth, his conversation was so long. I had difficulty following through. Some of what he was saying wasn't jiving to me. So maybe that's how he preaches, or maybe that's how he talks to the Liberian people. But my concern was and he kind of confirmed this, there were 2 celebrations held. Okay, one for the district chair and one for the people in the district. That's not adding up to me at all. I don't know, for the sake of financial appropriateness, why wasn't there one celebration held for everybody? When we asked him about the money, you know, that was being taken, he made a unilateral decision. I would agree with Glendy on that, because the people who routinely make the decision about money, they were not involved. It was just him and the leaders. So it appears to me that was a unilateral decision. When it comes to the second part of the conversation, where we're talking about Madam Bromson, I'm so glad, Mami, that you sort of expanded this conversation in the last part, because I was asking for specific areas where Ms. Bromson did not fulfill her job. because I had gotten texts and people were telling me, say, oh, she was following the law. And that's why I asked the question, you know, if the law was made and the budget is a law, which is something that Samuel Tuer always would tell us on this show, in what way did she, you know, not do her job? But you further expanded on that, which I thought was great. At the end, you said she didn't follow the responsibility and the requirement of the job, because every time when funds were disbursed, she was supposed to ask for a performance report before disbursing the additional funds. She failed to do that, okay? Or even if her hand were twisted, she didn't speak out. We didn't hear from her. So I, in that manner, side with you. It was not about her longevity in the job. It is not about she's a woman. You know, that's kind of what I was looking for, and you answered those questions for me. Lastly, as we were talking, I believe that was the last subject we talked about. Yeah, so that was the last thing I talked about. I just wanted to clarify that point. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Let me bring in, again, just to make us a man, let me bring in Auntie Glendy. Auntie Glendy?
I swear we know what do you in this place. Great show. I want to start from, I was looking forward to seeing Mary Bro here today. She was supposed to come back today. I don't know what happened. She changed her mind or what.
Mary Bronson, number one, she mad. Number two, she cannot come, and Mommy and Maxwell ask a question. So she's not coming.
Okay. Well, we're looking forward to her. I think the story is a little bigger concerning the inauguration, as it leads to auditing and all of that. Mary Ball says she has all of her records. Auntie Miata also said that she has also called for an audit. So we will be following the story. Liberian deserves to know what happened. And it is important that the auditing committee that is now auditing everything about the inauguration is doing that, so that we can hear everything that occurred. Now on to Reverend Tappe. I'm looking forward to seeing his report on Monday, whether he comes on the show, whether he expresses it on another platform, or whether he shares it with the public. I'm looking forward to him doing it. And I still say that if there was $5,000 to be given to the district, I don't see what the need was to then take $1,000 to separate leaders, to celebrate with leaders, and then celebrate with the people. If, like he said, common people who ain't know how to read, people who they wanted to celebrate with those people, then the leaders or the district leaders should have been able to celebrate with the people. We now hear that the money that was given to the district was separate from the budget, because I remember here on Spoon, we were doing calculations here because we assumed that the money that were going to be given to the districts were also included in the $650,000. But we have subsequently learned that no, the $350,000 came from Unity Party itself, which is also something that's new. So it's important that we understand, because the Unity Party is like, we don't want to promote division. We want to promote oneness. We want all Liberians to celebrate this win. But if they decided that they were going to do their own celebration, that's something different, he said. So I'll be looking forward. I'll be following to hear, because it's interesting. And then also, I would hope that Front Page Africa will also respond to him, because he claims that no one reached out to him to ask him before they published the story, and the story was published before he was contacted. So, but great show. And to all of the audience, I know today I got beat up a little bit, but that's okay. Tomorrow we're realistic for all of you. Okay, thank you.
You got beat up for what?
They beat me up for the comment unilateral.
Okay, let me mind my business before I get
My business.
All right, Isaac, can you help us?
Sure. I'm out. You can hear me?
Yes, Isaac, we can hear you.
Okay. So I was not here for the whole situation with Madam Miata Famule. My only question to you is, did she really get the money they say she got to implement this program? And was it what was budgeted and agreed to?
You want me to answer now or later?
Well, you can answer later or now. I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm composed.
I mean, that's your time. I don't want to interrupt your time. You know, I'm very respectful. I don't
Okay.
interrupt people.
I'm not mentioning for you. Go ahead.
You can answer later. He won't run away from that question. I understand. He can say bunker,
I'm not
but he got
gonna
the
run.
last voice.
No, I usually
So
don't run
anyway,
from the question.
Anyway, the Legislative Budget Office also has a responsibility in its budget development. Typically, we don't see our lawmakers. The budgets would originate from there, right? We don't see them really providing a counter budget to what's being offered by the Ministry of Finance or what has historically been said from year to year, just improving, a little bit increasing the amounts because, LRA say they're getting more money, or they say they ain't getting money in their projection of they decrease, certain allocations. But consistently, intra and inter, you will see those numbers being basically a reflection of the previous year or years. So something needs to happen to that. But overall, a lot of these discussions, need to happen. People need to bring up these issues of concern, the stuff that directly affect the people. And hopefully the president will be open to these kind of engagements. He himself can step forward and talk about these things. For the last 6 years, we had a Bobo president. He wasn't participating in any kind of key discussion that affected the people. But he would go on a bullet pulpit in a fucking clone church and talk a bunch of crap towards the Liberian people and throw darts at other people that can respond in similar manner. So hopefully that would not be the path that our new president would take. He would take a path starting with his State of the Nation address and define exactly where we are today, where he's receiving this country. Hopefully the people did their work during the transition. We know the resistance they face, but he must have a clear picture of where we are today from an economic standpoint and from a social standpoint, and then be able to project. Pierre Bome, you sleeping?
Are you okay? Who are you talking about, Isaac?
But who got Pierre Bome on this show? Anyway, no babu yet. So, but why you get laugh with other people jokes, Stendo? Why you just somebody's gonna laugh?
No, because your joke is not from Nukuta. It's not street joke. Your joke is
the small sophisticated joke. You be
your joke is not. No, I'm trying to send you this document that I promised you guys. I won't do it before you finish talking.
Okay, thank you. So we hope the president can really come strong in terms of where we are. That is clear that 6 months down the road, he and Joey will not be going by left 50 million. Oh, you don't leave 50 million, you left 30 million. No, we don't want that. We want a clean slate of where we are, whether he's actually going to do benchmarking, auditing, especially from the revenue generating agencies and the high spenders, those one with huge budget allocations, where his commitment to what he said in terms of really looking back and auditing people that they don't go free, let him recommit to that. We expect a recommitment to the War on Economic Crimes Court, regardless of whether people are claiming that, Cooper Cry is going to be fighting for Prince Johnson. No, Prince Johnson is not the only person who has, being accused of war crimes. He's not the only person. Many other people have been accused of war crime and economic crimes. So it's not like it's just about him. So I heard, a couple of different lawmakers, both in the lower house and the upper house, have pushed on the War on Economic Crimes Code. That's great. And then a brief insight into the next 100, 150 days plus long term. So I'm saying this, I don't want him to go give 45-minute speech, because I actually counted the words in his last speech. I counted the time that it should have been maximum 36 minutes. But I think a 28 to 30-minute speech will be great for the president. And he should be able to handle that in a cool environment where air conditioning specifically blowing on him to keep him cool. So hopefully people will set up the right scenario for our president to operate come Monday. And we look forward to, analyzing his speech afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You see, you are quite correct, and a very, very cool point. He will be on an AC, and the place will be, and they're trying to reduce the numbers of guests. They are working on it, water, electricity, and the budget. They have limited the budget, make it more reasonable. Of course, we want to have those information. There's not that is the big thing that you're going to get cars for guests and whatsoever. So now this is about Joseph Boakai government. So you cannot put this on George Manawiya again. It's now moving forward. So the legislature themselves have taken the responsibility. Emmanuel Dan, District Number 7, and that of the Senate representative, they are working on it, and they believe that Kula Fufana will speak more on it tomorrow. She will be our guest. Don't forget, folks, more names up tonight. More names coming up tonight for appointments. Don't forget, once it is released, you will have it. If not, you will have it on Kula page. Again, together we can do this. Yep.
I got a question for you.
You don't interrupt this guy. Go ahead.
Pause.
We gotta go.
I will wait to ask my question. Even though you answer my question, I will wait to ask my question.
What was your question, Isaac?
My question is, are you aware that Samuel Tuer and team signed another $76 million debt just this last week?
Oh, wow.
Prior to JMB taking over, correct?
Yes, the World Bank has approved a second additional financing for the Rural Economic Transformation Project. This financing is funded by International Development Association credit of $76 million from a scale-up window and $9 million grant from the KfW Development Bank through the Liberia Reconstruction Trust Fund. So I don't know if it makes sense, but that's something that can be discussed later.
Sure. We can add that to more discussion. And Mommy want to bring in the Comptroller General discussion tomorrow. Thank you, Isaac. Let's go to Prince Maxwell. Prince, you're closing.
Yeah, in closing, to my former colleagues in the Foreign Service and to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. One, I'm not trying to serve as a spokesman. I'm just trying to share my experiences and the things I went through unjustly. And I will not allow it to happen to anybody within the Foreign Service again. So help is on the way. Help is on the way. The Senate Chair on Foreign Affairs and the committee members, including that of the President currently of the Republic of Liberia, His Excellency Joseph Yuma Boakai, will definitely be resolving those issues that have been plaguing the Foreign Service and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So I hope that we be calm, we focus on our work, and so that we can be able to serve the president's foreign policy when those policies are presented to Liberian people for implementation and action. Lastly, I would like to say congratulations to Honorable Pro Temp for the Senate, Senator Yombli Kanga Lawrence, the Honorable Chair of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, Senator Ibrahim Darius Dillon, and the Honorable Jonathan Boakai Sigby, Chair on Maritime, for their asset declaration. Congratulations, you all just show transparency and credibility and dignity of your office by declaring your asset. We will hope that others will take example and follow in this noble, mandatory concern, public concern. So far, congratulations to these three honorable men and women, so that we all can continue to follow in this path. Thank you.
When we'll see the access now declaration. Yeah, I want to see you.
I will send it to you. I will send it to you. It's on Facebook.
It's on Facebook. It's in the newspapers.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
But let me learn. But before learn on the access declaration thing, I've been seeing some conversation say, oh, Dillon asset he declared last year. This year when he lowered his assets, people need to investigate him, that criminal action. The thing is, when somebody wants to steal through assets declaration, what they usually do is they inflate their asset So the person coming in government, they get 100,000, they inflate their asset to 300,000. So when they leave in government, they get plenty of money. You ask them about having plenty of money when I enter government. So when people want to steal in asset declaration, man, like rent people, they inflate their asset. They don't make it small. So they argue, oh, your husband, there's a man, none of the husband value not draft. You say you're not having. Look, when somebody wants to steal, they inflate their asset. They make the money big. So the day they're leaving from government, when they get big money, you ask and they say, but when I'll go in government, I'll have plenty of money. They don't reduce their assets. So you'll find something different on the loan. You're congratulating them.
So, Mommy, I tend to trust your judgment, especially on these issues. Was there consistency in terms of the growth of their finances? Did you see all of those things?
Yeah, there's consistency. The number of money you have in your account has increased a little bit. The number of money in the pocket, has increased a little bit and stuff like that. And I think it's based on the income he made over here. So somebody raised the issue, how you get over 27 or how many thousand in your account. Tell me for heaven's sake, man. Only a reckless father will make that amount of money and don't save for his children.
True.
They are human beings. But to conclude on where we started, look, the people in Bond County will not forgive any politician who decide to politicize the death and the suffering of their children. The disaster that happened to our people in Bond, they will remain in pain for years. When somebody go there to help them with water and rice, and you politicize it, the people will not forgive you for what you do. So we're just encouraging people to stay out of the politics. The people going through pain, to see your family member burn to dust, to see your child lying in the hospital in pain and no medicine. The head of the DFK is saying no medicine, no food. Somebody go give food. In emergency situation, and you politicize it, the people of Bond County will not forgive you. On the minister, Madam Tanem Branson, we meeting, and now on the basis of the length of time she stayed, her role in manipulating the budget, the major source of industrial corruption, big corruption in government is the budget. And if we can campaign for 6 years against what George Weah did, the person who presided over that process should not be the person in this government. The cartel in the legislature, we're calling on to you, we're calling you. Nobody has said this before. You know why every year the Lord used to be crying for budget performance report, nobody can bring it, no other senator could join him. You know why? There's a reason. They don't cry in that place for years, budget performance report, budget performance, and the other senators could not join him. You know why? It's because when you present the performance report, it will expose what has been happening in the back end. That's why they don't want, and that's the reason why Dillon was insisting on budget performance report. The Deputy Minister for Budget, I will close on this. The Deputy Minister for Budget has the authority under the law to move resources from one budget line to another, from one place to another. It is a certain threshold that you have to go to the legislature to recast the budget. But she has authority to move certain amount. That's the reason why you can hear say money was in the budget for health, for the hospital, but the hospital not receive it yet. You listen to that. You will hear the NTA managing director go to the legislature say, yes, it was in our budget, but we won't receive it. It's because certain amount threshold, that budget director has the authority to move it from one place to another. The cartel in the legislature and their accomplices in the executive have been working with her and the moving budget resources under that threshold from one place to another. Representative project, senator project, presidential project, Weah project, they've been moving more budget from resources in the budget to those places without going to the legislature for approval because it is under the threshold and she has the authority to move the resources under the law. She cannot be that person in this government. Lastly, Stanton and myself will not agree on the Mary Broad issue. I was really hoping that she will be here today. Will not agree on this. This attitude, yeah, you coming? Oh, okay. Will not agree on the Mary Broad issue. This attitude, what people say, oh, they have to call me. If they not call me, nothing coming to happen. It's wrong. Mary Broad is the Director General of the General Services Agency, the institution responsible to safeguard government assets. She sat on the radio that yesterday and said the people carrying the cars, I can't do anything. You want me to go to their horses? You want me to kill myself? No, Mary Broad, we don't want you to kill yourself. We want you to use your brain. In other countries, how can you buy a 100,000 car and you don't put a tracker on it? In other countries, what people are doing, they're not running behind people to say, bring your car. They got tracking devices placed on those cars. Tracking devices placed on those cars. When the time arrives for you to park the car, you don't park it, the ignition start running. That car will park on the street. It's happening in Rwanda. It's happening in Ghana. It's happening in Tanzania. It's happening in Kenya. What stopped you from doing it in Liberia? Nobody said run behind people. That's the transformational change. That's the idea we want you to use. Don't get on the street in amateur approach and be running behind people. Put in place system that can track government assets. If you fail to do that for over 9 years,
the woman begging you to go to Liberia for one day, you say you're going. She said, please go there.
But Stanton have been in Liberia all through.
She said, go there now.
The reason she's saying that is because she said you should go there and go run behind people for car and see what the people will do for you. I'm not asking you to run behind anybody for car. Put in place the system that other people are putting in place around the world that you don't have to run behind anybody.
Mame, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Please do.
When she was running behind people and beating them on the street for trash, what is the difference?
She will answer that one. But all around people are tracking government assets. You buy 100,000 car. How long does it take you to spend $150 on a tracker? But they care less because let me tell you something, Stanton. There is a cartel there too at the GSA on government assets. There's an old policy that we need to change. I hope President Bouaka can make history on this. There's an old policy at that GSA. They will buy the car for 100,000. The law allows them to rebuy it for themselves after 3 or 4 years for sometimes up to $3,000. They depreciate the car. The policy in government, all government ministers, they buy the car at 90,000. After 3 years, 4 years, GSA depreciates to now 7,000. They take it to go. They pay 7,000 and go. That's a policy. They've not changed that policy. It existing. Mary Broad presides over it. Government is losing assets. And last minute to time, she want to jump the ship and say the people carrying the car, you forcing me to go run behind them. Don't run behind them. Other people in other countries are not running behind anybody for assets. They get in place system like tracking those vehicles. If you run the airline, the car will stop.
When Ambula on fire, you on fire.
Fire.
Mary Broad coming for you. She coming for you.
Read a bold Yonle Garden. The money meant for technology is being misapplied. Technology will move this country forward.
Go ahead, Mama. Finish up.
Yeah, it says she's coming for me. Look, I'm not in a crew.
I'm not gonna do this for our trap.
No
Don't do this.
Okay, see what that crew man. See what that crew man. You get out of that.
You from Bobby, huh?
When Mama offer you Mama, why in the spirit of stand on the day?
Pepper, what you doing?
Stand on. Let she come. I'm not in a where.
No, we need her back. I was
yes,
looking for her too.
I'm not bringing her back. I'm
no,
not
you
going
need to bring her back.
I will not bring my Mary back. The
woman
drop done, she gone.
If you bring her back, come on the show early. I will come to the show early. Is she coming back?
Yeah, that'll come out. We want to talk to
Not
her.
listening. She'll call in.
Ambula.
Yeah,
let me
learn
this, right? Yeah, finish.
This is what the LACC did. Let me learn from there. You don't have to run beyond people. The LACC has a law say you can declare your asset when you live in government. 1 month to the end of the tenure, they publish the list of all public officials that are supposed to declare their asset. After 2 weeks, they updated the list of those who have declared and those that are not declared. On the final day, they publish the list of those who are declared, who are not declared. Ask Mary Broad to show you the list of government assets who are turning over their car and who are not turning over their car. No document, no report.
She got it.
I challenge her.
She got it.
If Mary Broad produces that list,
then what you do?
If she can produce a list of all the assets and who deliver and who did not deliver, I will not count on spoon again.
But when you don't count on spoon, what do you mean you're not counting on spoon again?
That's my bet.
Find something else.
That's my bet.
Better another way.
No, that's my bet.
But the man
no, not fair bet. Not fair bet. I mean, not fair bet. When you back the show. When you back on the show. No. Put calling you Skylar in a chat room. No, when you back on the show. No. They're not fair bet. They're not fair bet.
Find another bet.
Bro, like the way the LACC did. So who all declare and who all did not declare. If Mary Broad can show a list of all the government assets and who turned over and who did not turn over, I will give her a job in the Joseph Boga government. Send her job.
You also want job.
No, she will take out a dinner.
You also need a job.
Let me put her in my problem.
Let me put another one there.
Let me
put another one there. Yeah. If Mary Broad can produce the list, like the LACC did, updated list. If she can produce that list, I will take her to bombing.
You don't be confused. Though. That's on the mountain that are going on here. So
I'll take her to bombing.
That's on the mountain going on.
Mary Broad knows Maxwell very well.
Okay? Yes, he does.
Mary Broad, let me tell you this now. After the show, somebody called Mambe. And Mambe, you know who called you and you guys were talking about Mary Broad. It's very, very important. And remember, you're right. Those points you're making, they're genuine. But Mary Broad has those documents. I'm not saying she's perfect, but she has those documents. Now, somebody asked me, what Mary Broad said that you think I like my life? That's a big thing that woman said when she said it yesterday. You want me to run after those people for car? You think I like my life? That's half many.
Yep.
Yeah. I got many beyond that thing.
But I disagree. Okay. When I read that, I disagree.
Well, hey, you finished talking? Oh, can I talk about one?
I'm finished. You interrupted me.
Mary Broad really like Ambula. She really like Ambula. She listens to Ambula a lot.
You interrupted me. That's why I disagree. You say you go Barry. I want to live. Yes, we want Mary Broad to live long. And the way for Mary Broad to live long is not for her to be running beyond people in the street to take government car, but to put into place a system that can track government vehicles and government assets. She has
now the woman ain't government no mobile. She feeling now. So that's it. We talk to the new GSA director. But let me put this up. So this information, when I said the guy, you see that I share with you guys. You guys have it.
Well, I want to know what kind of job the person was doing.
The reason why I can't, I will share with you, but it have some international security implication. When I announced it, somebody said Stanton, X, Y, and Z whatsoever. But I gave them up to tomorrow. If they cannot clear this thing, I will show all the documents. But I want the Liberian people to take the picture of this and run with it. 100. Listen, now, this is very important. Let's take our time and read it. Mambia is in the chat room. So everybody should have it. Okay? This is my closing. Who in the good heaven in Liberia? Who in the good heaven in Liberia making this amount of money, folks? You can close and let's read it. Cost estimate of service, list of personnel, and schedule of rates. I have to black the name out and the position. Remuneration of staff, net of taxes, rate per PA to 1,100. Time spent, number of days, 192 days. For 192 days, see what they pay this person. $211,200 in less than a year. Withholding taxes, 165, 192 days is $31,680. If you move down, 160, quantity, 192 days, $49,920. Air ticket, 12,000, subtotal 61,920. Total exclusive of taxes, $273,120. I'm going to share the rest of the document with you, but I was told to just hold until tomorrow. Taking this amount of money every day, with the total sum, grand total of $304,800. I believe with the document in my hand, I want to share. If I give it to you, please don't send it to Isaac, because Isaac is related to this person. I don't think this person worked in Liberia as a contractor and they make this amount of money from one of the entity. The question remains, which entity have agreed to pay this individual the amount of money per? Which entity? Which entity in Liberia as a value? Put joke aside. I will look at you and say I will give you 1,265 US dollar as a. You think? Let's say this in order. I will send you all the document. I'm holding it because they have some security implication. The person is a contractor in Liberia, and they say we should be very careful. That's why I black it. But you know I want to share it so badly.
Well, I know one thing.
Yeah.
The person last name end with arrow.
Yeah, but find the arrow mean. So go ahead.
I just tease you instead.
Okay. That's what you make of this. So which entity you think? Whether that person working for the UN, whether they are entity, what you think? And the information just coming. They are consultant. That consultant, they are
consulting for what? Which business? For
there are a couple of areas that somebody can generate that kind of money.
What?
And then it depends on the technicality of the project, right? And what kind of support that person getting. It may be that 1,192 or whatever that amount is. It could be that's a team, but that person is the front person.
That's not a team.
Well, like you said, you send a document, so I don't want to speculate, Chief.
Don't speculate, but that's not a team. That's an
documents you can see. But I know there's some people who make more than that,
In Liberia?
If they're consulting in Liberia for something that requires that level of expertise, it's possible.
Okay.
You can't tell me some of the white people they bring over there, they're not making more than that. It should not be because the person is a Liberian. The person could be a very competent expert. So I'm not passing judgment.
So to you, though you have not seen all the documents, but you think people are making more than that in Liberia as a consultant?
I believe that there are more than one person making that amount of money in Liberia.
$1,265 per day.
Yes, I believe if we check the records, the consultancy and all those things, we find people making similar or more.
Wow. Okay. Go ahead, Mame. You want to add because you're working with those groups?
When we work in countries, we will need to see the whole document.
If I can send it to you, Mame, but don't share with Isaac.
Yeah.
Opposition. We don't trust them 100% yet. Please, let me send it to you. I read it. Let's go to Prince Maxwell. Let me send it to you. Look at it real quick, and maybe you will speak better to it. If you send it to Isaac, it will be all on social media. We'll not enjoy the show tomorrow. I beg you, don't send it to him yet. You know me, I can say my own like I see it,
you can say many false things, but we can't argue when the public know where false, where true.
I can say many false things on Spoon Talk. That's why you sound like your Auntie Mary, Beata family. But you still come back and watch and join.
For me, there are just two things. For me, there are just two things here. There are just two things here. contract law and negotiation. Maybe the person was able to negotiate a better deal to be able to consult properly based on the contract. And from the payment that I see there, $1,000 per day or whatever the case might be.
Allowances, I think, yeah.
Okay, it's international standard. As simple as it is in foreign currency. It's not in Liberian standard. So that's as best I can think about it. Other than
Usually
that,
international standard and
yeah, that's international standard. Yeah, that's international standard.
Okay.
They are negotiating a contract based on international standard.
Wow.
But, so consultancy here, even outside Liberia, pays that much per day?
Some consultancy, it depending on what kind of consultancy you're talking about, in which sector you're looking at.
Yeah, I think it's important to know what it is, because that's a lot.
Mommy, you got it?
Yeah, let me say this, Stanton. What I can say is, if you get somebody in your country, like Antoinette Sai, providing you consultancy, that woman make over $400,000 a year as the deputy managing director of the IMF. She makes over $400,000 a year annual salary, between $350,000 to $400,000, because the managing director made $467,000, something like that, per year. That is almost $500,000 a year. If you get such a person in your country providing you consultancy, it is possible that you're able to pay them $1,000 a day. But ordinary people sometimes, like when we go work in other countries, it is giving you $500 or $600. I include accidental, include the cost of your hotel, include the cost of transportation. But in the case,
and insurance. And in
the case, seems to be the complete opposite from what I'm seeing here.
You got it. Just skim through the first page, my man.
Yeah.
I am concerned because actually we can say that this is from LDC. I just hope it's a Liberia Electricity Corporation through this individual. I am not going, he's a foreigner. He's consulted in Liberia. I'm not going to call his name. And he making that amount of money. It's important to note that the question folks are asking, don't you think Mame or Liberian can do the same thing this guy is doing?
That's the point.
In the country.
Stanton,
let me put it like this.
Yeah.
And maybe we'll keep it for tomorrow to do a deep
Yeah.
dive.
I mean, we can just share it all over.
It is concerning. The value of the contract is concerning. Especially so that the performance of the LEC, I don't know what specific area he works. The performance of the LEC is not being impressive
at all.
So when you're talking about value for money, we look at all these consultants and the work they're doing, but yeah, the performance have not been very, impressive over time. So we can hold it like that until we go through the document and come back tomorrow, that there is a concerning rate for daily payment to consultants. This is only one. There will be several of them.
This document was signed by Monica Ten, Acting Chief Executive Officer, LDC. It was signed by Monica Ten. The reason why we bring this up, a lot of people are asking why, if Liberian can serve in this capacity and make the money, the terms of reference and the scope of services, energy sector coordination, the background, everything is part of this document. It's a World Bank funded program, so maybe ASIA is right. As per the World Bank funded program, the scope of consultancy got him to the amount of money he received. So
is that guy from Ghana? Is he from Ghana?
No, he's not.
Oh, Okay.
No, it's not. But you got it. I sent it to you. Check your email. I'll share it with every one of you guys. You'll go through it. Check your
email.
WhatsApp. Your WhatsApp. I don't have your email. There's no reason for me to have your email.
Standard, there are different categories. There are different categories and different technicalities of consultancy. Maybe this consultancy is a very technical kind of consultancy, and the skills and intelligence needed in that area is very limited. That could also be possible. I don't know. I'm not claiming that the amount being paid is right or wrong. I'm just saying that sometimes as a consultant, you can go for a contract and you can have better negotiation based on the technicality of your skill. Like, for example, right now around the world, people that are making more money as consultants are people in the IT sector. They are making more money because of the technicality of the skill. And people in the energy sector are also making more money because the energy sector is highly technical. So I don't know. I'm just looking at contract law and the space in which it's being negotiated.
And I think sometimes when they have these contracts or whatever consultancy, it needs to be out there to see if there are Liberians there who can be able to do the work. I think the thing that the group that they're trying to organize to be able to look for highly skilled Liberians that will also be able to help. So if you have a contract and you publish it, Liberians who may have the skills could be able to apply to that position to get it done. I think they should be able to think inside, just like when you're at your job. They post it in the building for people who are already working before they start outsourcing. So there may be Liberians out there who have the skill, but they probably didn't know about it.
So the contract says the client shall pay the consultant for services rendered at rate $1,265 USD per day, inclusive of taxes, subject to a maximum of 8 hours per day. 8 hours a day, you got to get them at $1,265. In accordance with the rate agreed and specified in Annex C, cost estimate of services, list of personnel, and schedule of rates. Mommy, $1,265 for 8 hours work. Get that to Richardson. Hold on, mommy. Let that to Richardson come quickly.
No, actually, that's low. For consulting, that's low.
That's
low. Let me check. Hold on.
That's what I'm saying.
Let that to Richardson come here. I like your argument, Isaac. Let's see how low it is. And you
before you go to mommy, I wonder who the client is that's paying this money. Is it the government? Like, I didn't get a chance to fully read
LEC. LEC.
LEC is paying this money. Okay.
Yes.
My second question was: is the payment mandated by the World Bank? Because you said the World Bank funded this payment. So if the World Bank have a stipulation that this is what they're going to pay,
the World Bank is funding this project. It's a project.
Okay.
Yes. So my question is: does the World Bank stipulate that since we are funding this project, this is how we're going to pay this person? So if I look under under the scope of the consultant, there's nothing that a Liberian can do when you look under that.
That's the key that
so I mean, it's all administrative work. There's no technical skill that I saw there that a Liberian can't process.
Since Madam said non-Liberian thing, I say you say it's low. I agree, but that Richardson question, don't you think we could have trained 1-2 Liberian?
Liberians that can do it.
But why you need training? They are Liberian qualified right now to do that.
Yes.
Said, well, why are we giving it to someone who is not a Liberian for over 10 years?
Stanton, the World Bank and the other institutions have the little select usually, right? Entering that group, sometimes it takes a lot for you to penetrate and get into that system, you know. And once you get in there, they tend to call you again and again, you know.
Stanton, let me give you a little secret.
Let us finish, please.
What we're trying to do is to build a community of Liberian professionals globally that somebody can come and search and say engineering.
And go into your pool.
And then we start making demands that these international companies that are trying to, or international institutions, organizations that are trying to do business in Liberia, they must advertise on that platform where any Liberian can see that information. It's very important. Look, we got qualified and competent Liberians. Same with that thing. The amount of Liberian professionals now that I'm aware of, and I'm going to try to call each of them just to, say, oh, my man, I'm friendly with you small. And not you now, but the other people there.
Yeah,
but seriously, they plenty, Stanton, and we have to use our own people. So let me stand on the point I was trying to make to you why I said it was small. My billable rate as a project manager with the U.S. government was between 175 to 225 an hour. If more than that, 160, 150 an hour that person making. So I don't find it impossible.
It's not impossible.
So I think this is the role of our foreign mission, the diplomats, to make these contracts where these foreign consultants wouldn't take advantage of Liberia or Liberians. If we accept the contract as it is and not negotiating for our people, then this is what we'll get. Other countries can negotiate. Other countries have changed. Other countries have put their citizens first. So why can't we do the same? So
let me just, I agree with you, Dr. Richardson. A few years ago, the UN came out with a survey. The Liberian expert within the UN system was completely non-existent. Right? The government of Liberia, through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, should be able to push Liberian experts out there into the world. But when Liberian experts go to the international organization to find a job, to find consultancies, the sovereign power of Liberia is not taken to bear to support them. So our smart people ended up losing out, just as Bar just said. The World Bank has a standard, a set standard. And if your country cannot support you, you do not have the backing of your country. These big contracts, you will not be able to get a consultancy. And most of these consultants, they end up becoming big people at international organizations a few years down the line. That's what is important.
Mama, close this thing up. Let's leave, please.
Yeah, like I said before, I've not really had the time to go through the document code. I will do that tomorrow. We'll come on the show to talk about it. The price is now way off the roof. I know instances where you go to country, depending on everything, you get up to $600-700, up to $500, up to $600 a day. So this guy is getting 1,000 plus a day. We need to see what he's doing. We need to see what the contract covers, whether it's only compensation. And once we do that tomorrow, we'll give our fair opinion on it on the show publicly. But let me take time to look at it.
Yeah, stand up quickly before we go. Another Maryborough story. Back in 2007, when Willa Russell was head of GSA, George Formula did an assessment of GSA, and he recommended an asset management system. And what her name? Damn, what a woman, Perrin Garnett, or whatever her last name was. When they came there, along with that other guy who recently wrote a story or something from Atlanta, I don't forget, he was Auditor General. They have put together some little Babati asset management system.
Don't take a bite of Maryborough, man. Leave the old man alone.
So this was recommended to her. What I'm saying is what Mama is saying in terms of tracking and asset management.
Why you used to talk about Maryborough, but not about Miata family?
What? No, I won't talk about Miata. Miata is not off limits. I need to get a detail. I asked you a question. You never answered me.
What's your question?
My question was.
I ain't close yet. I ain't close yet. You're willing to make close.
Are you close and you going around?
I'm going around. They put that interrupting me. Like I said, will do every time. Go ahead, I said. What's your question?
My question is, did Miata receive the money as budgeted for the inauguration? That's one. Did she give a final report of the entire, besides that talking for me, think that'll be on paper. That press conference, all routine, don't matter. She needs to provide a report that documents what she received, what she expended, where the shortfall was, and why some things happened. She's supposed to do that. Basic.
She will do it.
So you finish with your question. Can I speak?
Yeah, you can answer my question. Thank you, sir. Let me go mute.
And do your closing.
That's my closing. I want to answer his question first.
That 1 minute closing.
Yeah, 1 minute. But in
30 seconds.
In family own words, let me answer Isaac Toba Jr. question.
I realize it is the place to step in after we leave. Nobody wants to hold on to any power here. I can't even climb the steps here in the Ministry of Information. I know that I won't be minister. No. But everybody can't just all the time. The young people, take some responsibility. Take some responsibility. Every single young person in this country no longer wants a profession. They want a political space to steal. To steal. We don't have enough doctors, we don't have enough nurses, we don't have enough technocrats and teachers. But every single high school dropout or college dropout has his eyes set on a representative seat. For what? For what? To do what? And look at our country. Look at our country. 1980, we said we took over. Took over from what? And just by the way, I never thought I was hurting or insulting Liberians on Monday by reaching out to them and asking them for our guests to sit down. They acted as if I was insulting. Look, the woman said, Deputy Minister, they must get out of their seats. Oh my God. In 1971, 72, I wouldn't have had to make that announcement because it was our way of life. Liberians would have gotten up to surrender their seats without anybody asking them. Today, everybody went, sat down. We saw older women, older men, foreigners, and we felt calm to sit there. We felt calm to sit there. So please, don't come on any other way on your thing else. I got enough children and grandchildren. So I know your
I work for Stone Network. Few concerns quickly.
You know, I'm not a diplomat. I realize that
Should I just put Neil to listen to her?
Probably one of the most famous and powerful. But I will not entertain any kind of questioning from your entity. Your entity has no moral right. Citizen.
Are you beginning with trying to censor?
Sir, I'm simply being polite and saying,
You see, they're begging her to postpone correspondent question. They're begging her. So she didn't answer.
I just seen it.
No, I want to play them. I want to get Asa the chance to see whether they want to answer the question she was asked. She didn't. She talked about 1979. She talked about 1980. She talked about all her background. She talked about how you got to get up and get old people seat. People coming for a diplomatic program. World leaders coming. You tell somebody, say you must get up and get old people seat? Are you in your right frame of mind? So the Spoon reporter went there to ask question, and she's saying everything, but she cannot answer his question. Because you, Mami, you, Glennie, Dr. Richardson, Prince Maxwell, Stanton Witherspoon, Isaac Vi, and everybody else on this program, holding her feet to the fire. They had a bag of Yata. One of her friends saying Yata. That's a shame. family was a failed leader when it came to this committee chair position. She failed the Liberian people. She brought disgrace to our nation. Because of her poor leadership, a Liberian died just to go witness the sowing ceremony of President Joseph Yima Boakai. Because of Miata from the poor leadership, somebody today without a father, a mother without a son, a wife without a husband, because of Miata from the poor leadership. And she went in from president and said, I gave Chris Waddle $50,000, $60,000. Chris Waddle said, no, 10,000 I received. She need to be audited. Let's stop this game. Who in the good heaven appointed her and say, yes, she could have made a good administrative decision in this process, Ambula Man made. What a disgrace to the person.
Oh, and the president appointed her?
Let me finish. Don't interrupt me. I don't like when you do this, Isaac. When I'm in speed, don't interrupt me, please. What a disgrace. What a disgrace. Miata family, brothers and sisters making phone calls around. They're begging. Someone like Mary Brown said, don't go on Spoon Talk to talk about our sister. We're begging you. Please let it go. That's why Mary Brown never came here today. What she know, what she have in her possession, if you're going to unleash it, we're going to be bad. That's you ask why Mary Brown never came. That's the main reason she never came. Because Miata family member them begging around. 55 seconds for you to hear again. You think you look at that woman, may God bless her soul. You think she's okay? You think she's okay? Somebody died without saying the family have my sympathy. The woman you're talking, Tabata. So I was keeping this. You said, oh, I said, hold on. Still don't keep it. So you said it, mommy. And I was keeping it. So let's go back to the 55 seconds and listen to her, read her body, and see that it's bad, man. It's very wickedness in low places, not in high places.
Few concerns quickly.
You know, I'm not a diplomat. I realize that his entity is probably one of the most famous and powerful, but I will not entertain any kind of questioning from your entity. Your entity has no moral right to question the citizen.
Are you beginning with trying to censor?
Sir, I'm simply being polite and saying,
Yeah, bro.
You hear somebody say family? You hear somebody say the world is watching us? They're calling her to order. Why would you do this? I mean, you disgrace the president after he have entrusted into your care the great program. You almost caused the president to die, Miata. He suffered for heat exhaustion. That's not a joke. Your poor planning led to death of somebody. Your poor planning led to the president incomplete speech. Your poor planning led for people to escort the president into an AC car. Have you thought of it? Man, maybe I thought, man, let me move for you, man. I ain't redo my closing yet, sir. You don't put me in this.
Let me take tennis on your closing statement.
No. Mommy, I told you what I said, so let me do my closing.
No, Mommy won't say anything because Mommy say 10 seconds.
Thank you.
Let me take 10 seconds on your tongue. Stand
no, I said we're done with you, man. I said leave alone. I said leave alone.
You can blame somebody for death letter or investigation.
I said leave alone, man. Let me do my closing, man. Leave me alone, please. Let me do my closing. The devil is on behalf form of the poor leadership. I hope the Matia family sue her for her poor judgment, sue the entire inaugural committee for the poor judgment. They brought disgrace to our country. She said,
Stanton.
You want me to do my closing?
Stanton.
They want me to do my closing? Glenny, let me do my own closing.
Stanton. No, Stanton. No.
This is not fair.
You say your piece, Stanton. You say your piece.
We got to come in. We got
a recording. We got the attention to the details. That's who is powerful. We got it.
Let's stay here.
Hey, you guys are not fair at all. Mama, you calling me?
No.
Mama, you talking to me?
No. The Mel different show.
All right, so yeah, the man make a phone call. So yeah, the sailors, they say see you on my clothes. If clothes have my clothes,
No, Glenny, not fair.
I don't want me to close.
No, but I say he closing the show and I hear closing comments. I say he just
but close now so can cope up.
Okay, you agree that the Richard say you agree for me to close, right?
Yeah.
Majority
Glenny,
Prince won't say
Glenny, you
something.
agree for me to
I
close,
won't say
right?
something. Mommy won't say
No,
something.
hold on. I say wait. Glenny, you agree for me to close, right, Glenny?
Yeah, everybody's supposed to close.
Exactly. Prince, you agree for me to close, please?
Yeah, I agree for the close, but just 10 seconds.
10 seconds.
10 seconds close.
To close, right, mommy?
I thought you closed already.
No, I closed. Yeah, I'm very interrupted.
I'm really giving you 10 seconds.
10 seconds. Let me look at the time. 10 seconds. I will not be there for long. Let's look at the time. And we can announce that maybe they will make them fair. I will not be there for long. I'm going to LBS. Let's look at the time. I feel on my own. But let's look at the time. I'm not going to announce anything. I will just say I will not be there for long. I'm going to LBS. But let's look at the time. I will say this. This is the end of the show.
Oh, when I'm breaking news.
Let me do my see again, mommy. Can I breaking news?
How you get breaking news?
Get it mentioned and some other go. Get it mentioned. We'll talk it tomorrow.
Yeah, but man, the thing will come. We'll talk it tomorrow. I just say my own in passing. Let me just close. But a part of my closing, I will not be there. My brother usually let me Fagon. I go to LBS. I will not be there Fagon. That's all I gotta say. But let me say this, okay? Somebody mute us, please. You're muted. You shouldn't talk. It is important for us to say that which is right. We beat on George Manawia. We have to beat on our own. I applaud Mame. The fight they are bringing to this game. Prince Maxwell crying every day about the foreign ministry. I like that. We'll remain strong. We supported Joseph Barker. We supported the change. The first major tax that was given to Mieta family. She failed the president and the people of Liberia. She failed them. She failed them. That's a total disgrace. We don't know everything. We never know everything. They should order her. They should order the committee. We should have a who spent the money of 650,000? How that money was? Who ate on the money? Why there were no AC? Why there were no fan? A poor plan. Honor the leadership family or Liberian dad. A Macha family, Liberian died. Why? How? She need to answer. And I will ask the family, though Reverend Tapper said they will be going to visit them, I would beg the family to please sue the committee. If they want a lawyer, we will pray to God and we'll have a lawyer. They must sue the committee. This is bad for our country. This is a bad presentation where you got Linda Thomas Greenfield. Bad presentation where you got the Chinese representative, ECOWAS representative. bad presentation. The whole world was watching. You brought President Joseph Yema Boakai to a disgrace. And you went and sat in for him, and you lie and say you spend the money appropriately. That's bad. We will hold this government responsible if we do not see a report. I will call the Jeremiah Kuhn, the pro term. I will call, even if I have to, President Joseph Yema Boakai team, Sylvester Grisby. They have to give the Liberian people a full report as to why a Liberian died. We know why. I have part of the transportation report. I share with you guys. The different committees. I have some of the report. If the government cannot come and give those reports, I will share the report with the Liberian people. We know who had the money. Make no mistake. We know how much was given. I spoke to folks at CBL, Central Bank of Liberia. They gave me the information. As if to your question, they gave the money. Part of the money was given to Dewar Gray at the Foreign Ministry. She called Mary Bro. She called Miata family. She called the rest of them. They can attest to it. We know how much was given to them. The first check, the second check. We know the different check stuff that was given to them. They shouldn't sit and lie and say they didn't get the money. They can say we received the money lately into the game, but they received the money because our sources from the central bank, they didn't lie to us. So this is wrong. Well, Miata is keeping the money. How many of her friends she brought into that program, into that committee? Friends that were doing different stuff, that ate the money. Should we call their names? How many of her friends? After she canceled the 68 individual, she formed her own clique. She refused to listen to anyone but only herself and her good old friends. Yeah, I know you're calling me. You say I'm on that top plenty. You're calling me. I can see your call. Arrest and we'll continue on the more. This is bad. If you fail to report, I will call the vice president. I will call the pro tem. I will speak to the office of the president, Sylvester Grisby. They will want full report. If they cannot get a report to the Liberian people, what I have in my possession, I will share with the Liberian people. This is not about friendship. Somebody died. Somebody crying for the loved ones. Let me stop bluffing. Arrest.
Right. Wonderful rest. Stanton, I agree with you on your demand for accountability. I totally agree. There should be a report coming out at the end, detailing everything. I agree.
No, no, I ask you to talk again back because we finish closing now. You talk.
From what I've heard about this guy, he had a pre-existing condition for one. He could have got his own water out there.
So Isaac, let me ask you a question. God forbid, pre-existing condition, you get cancer. God forbid. The doctor say you will die in 1 month. God forbid. Hold on 1 minute. Hold on 1 minute. You walk down the street. The doctor gave you 1 month to live. You walk down the street, can't knock you down. You will put that on your cancer as the reason why you die. I said we close our show, man. We shouldn't open a new argument. I beg you, my brother.
No, but when you get to blame somebody for murder.
Thank you very much. I said thank you. Nothing come on the show. Glenny is running to go because when I tell her we're going on other show, she's running to go on that other show.
I like to see my man Nelson.